Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and I'm calling this work session to order. Welcome. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a policy work session. We will start with roll call for attendance. Please indicate your presence by saying present. Director Cook? Director Cook is absent. Director Williams?
Present.
Vice President Gregory?
Present.
And I am present. I will call on Superintendent Vela to kick us off in our work session.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board, and team, thank you very much. Before I start today, I wanted to acknowledge our board for the work that they've done this year. I was reflecting on graduations coming up, and I thought about all the policy work, which, as you know, is the board's work, that you've done this year, and you should be proud of yourselves and how you've come to this point. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Holly to get us started for this evening's policy work.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Tonight, we have one thing on the agenda. This is the board protocol guidelines. This is our fifth reading. Before we get into it, I wanted to talk about WASDA and their standards for board conduct. In the Washington School Board Standards publication, WASDA notes a benchmark for Standard 1, which is respecting and advocating mutual understanding of the roles and responsibilities of board members and the superintendent. The benchmark is, does the board establish and commit to written protocols for respectful internal and external interactions? And that's what the protocol guidelines is all about. So I'll pull it up. We can look at the red line version and the final version. I had no other comments on this round. We've gone through it 4 other times. So let's take a look and see if you want to proceed with it as it is.
Before we do, I just want to note that Curtis Leonard is on the line, and so if we do have any legal questions, he is available to answer them.
Terrific. Here's the red line version. You can see some of the changes that have been made. I know this was in your folder to view as well. Now let's put it in showing all the changes made so you can see what it looks like that way. Comments, questions?
The only comment I had on this one was in some of our other policies, we have the words superintendent or superintendent designee. And when I was reading through this the last time, I noticed that in this document, we don't have a designee. We just say superintendent. So if we go up, I think it's under like two or three. Sorry.
The board or its individual members agree to direct all personnel complaints and criticism directly to the superintendent? Is that what you mean?
No. Number 2, the superintendent is the chief executive officer and should recommend, propose, and suggest operational and community matters from before the board. And in other policies, this is just a clarification if we need it. In other policies, it says superintendent or the superintendent's designee.
And I think that, Vice President Gregory, is because some of those other policies are involving things like teaching and learning, where the designee would be the one prepared with the information.
Right.
To me, this seems like this is definitely a superintendent's document, but you guys make the choice on this.
No, I just wanted to clarify, because I've seen it it just came up to me when I was rereading it today. It popped into my brain, and I'm like, why in this document?
I think if I was to
okay
answer
with
that.
it.
Yeah, I think because that is the definition of the duties of that role.
Right.
And so in specifying what those roles are, and then if there's a designee to fill that role, they would fill any designation that they were so given.
Right.
And
And
so-
the other policies cover it, right?
Yes.
Like when you would be giving up that role or permissioning, it's very clear that it can be this person or a
designee.
designee of that person. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to, I don't know why it called out to me today, but I was like, that has come up to me for that piece.
Yep.
And then I have a clarification on.
Just, can I interrupt for one
Yeah, go
second? Did I see that Director Cook has joined us online as of 5:04 PM?
That's correct.
Oh, perfect. The other one is on the signing of board documents for after the vote. It's the second one down, I'm sorry. Ms.
Yep.
Holly, it's up further, closer to the top. It's like number 4, I think.
Here it is, 5.
Five. Every board member present should sign all documents indicating the commitment of the board. Is there a policy on how many board members have to sign? Is it 3 based on us having a quorum, or is there a policy around that? I just wanted to clarify.
I don't believe we have a policy directing how many signatures are needed.
Okay. All right. That was my
We
only.
we would, though, Vice President Gregory, you would have had to have a quorum to take action.
Correct.
So you would have had
Yeah,
that.
you would have already had that quorum. Okay, that does make sense. All right. Those were mine. And Director Cook, did you hear my question on whether it should say, did you hear that part where I was talking about superintendent or the superintendent's designee?
I didn't hear it, no.
Okay, so in number 2, my question popped in today when I was rereading this for the final time before the meeting earlier today. The superintendent is the chief executive officer and should recommend, propose. And I asked because on in other policies, we've seen where it says superintendent or superintendent's designee, or we have added that to other policies just for clarification. But in this case, I'm comfortable with it saying the superintendent is the chief executive officer because of what it says at the beginning of that. But I was just asking clarification on that.
Okay, thanks for that explainer.
That's all I had.
Seeing no further, we're good to move this one on?
All I will say is that I don't understand why we're changing it. I think it's a little ridiculous, but you guys go ahead and do what you're going to do.
It'll move forward as a resolution on the June 10th agenda.
I think that's the end of our,
That is,
okay.
thank you.
It is 5:07. Superintendent Vella, did you have anything else to say?
Nope, I did not.
Okay. It is 5:07, and we are adjourned. We will start our executive session at 5:30.
6.
6, I'm sorry,
6.
because we had this one for an hour. My
Correct.
apologies.
Yep.
Okay, so we will be adjourned until 6 PM, and at 6 PM, we will start our executive session for 30 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel potential litigation and the legal or financial risks of a course of action. Good evening. It is now 6:30, and our executive session, which began at 6 p.m., adjourned at 6:15 p.m. Board members in attendance for the executive session were Director Williams in person, Director Gregory in person, myself in person, and Director Cook remotely. We are now calling our regular session to order. It is 6:31 p.m. We will begin with a roll call of board members for attendance. I will call each board member's name, and if present, they will say present. Director Cook?
Present.
Director Williams?
Present.
Vice President Gregory?
Present.
And I am present. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Director Gregory, will you say our Pledge of Allegiance for us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in the board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to, comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there's a public hearing on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be the first to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during final communication from the audience. Student comments will be heard first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed toward the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400 Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in an overflow room, there's a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide the items directly to safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. Director Cook, will you please read our land acknowledgement?
Sorry, I don't have access to it right now, and I can't read it because I'm using my phone.
I can do it. I'm happy
Thank
to do
you,
it.
Vice President Gregory.
The Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges we reside on the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who have lived in this region since time immemorial. We honor their continued stewardship to this land, its waters, and its communities. We commit to ongoing learning, meaningful partnerships with Native communities, and uplifting the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot people.
Thank you, Director Gregory. Our next section, 1.07, is our agenda review. Superintendent Vela, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Margell, there are no changes to the agenda.
Is there a motion from the floor?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approving the agenda as presented. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, a motion has been made and seconded to approve the agenda as written. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 4-0. We now move to our student voice.
President Margell, there are no student comments. We do have, or no online video and no online written. We do have 3 general comments and 2 specific 5.02 comments.
I'm sorry, 2? For 5.02?
Yes.
Okay. Great, okay. Our first general speaker today is Crystal McDonald.
Good evening, Board of Directors, Superintendent Bella, staff. I want to speak tonight about OSFI's determination placing Kent School District at level 4 needs substantial intervention for special education compliance. This is the most serious level of state intervention under OSFI's IDEA accountability system. KSD is currently the only district in Washington state holding this designation. Of the 295 school districts, Kent stands alone at level 4. No district in Washington has held this designation in at least the last 3 years. That should alarm every person in this room. OSFI states that it notified the district administration of this determination in October. After learning this, 3 weeks ago, I rewatched the November work session and the January work session to see if there was any mention of the level 4 determination made. There was not. Families trusted this district to be transparent about the seriousness of the crisis facing inclusive education. Instead, many of us feel blindsided. It's not so much that we are at level 4, that's terrible in itself, but to feel betrayed and not told about it by the district that knew it, that is reprehensible. The district had the knowledge and yet simultaneously held public work sessions about inclusive education without clearly informing the board at these meetings or the public about the significance of that determination. That feels like a betrayal of trust. When families have to learn about things like this after digging or learning through community forums, public confidence in district leadership is eroded further. The consequence of this determination is not merely administrative. Continued systemic noncompliance creates substantial civil rights exposure under IDEA, Section 504, the ADA, and potentially Title IX when there are retaliation concerns, which I have brought to this board's attention before, and there's pending complaints. Once a district is formally placed on notice, and in this case it is the state identifying it as needing substantial intervention, there is financial exposure. The district risks claims of involving discrimination, denial of access to education, retaliation, attorney's fees, and compensation for emotional harm and suffering to children and families. And while more than $5 million in federal funding may be at risk for continued noncompliance if we're not brought up to where we need to be, there's a greater risk of the long-term harm that is done to the kids, while the district at this point seems more focused on optics rather than being transparent about the accountability and the state of the condition of the district. A level 4 determination should not be quietly posted on a website or omitted from meaningful public discussion. It should be openly acknowledged, clearly explained, and regular reporting needs to be done to this board. Back in January, an employee stated that they would potentially maybe come to the board periodically, quarterly, to make presentations on progress. That was in January. I have not seen any quarterly presentation to this board, and I've been watching. I urge this board to demand full transparency regarding the level 4 determination.
Thank you, Ms.
Require regular
McDonald.
progress monitoring and treat
Our
this
next
with the
speaker
seriousness-
is Robin Burchill.
That scared me. I didn't know what that was. The ringing.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Just make sure to state your first and last name.
Robin Burchill.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robin Burchill. My son is a 7th grader at Northwood Middle School. He's the kind of kid who can challenge the smartest adult with a one-word reply, designs 3 fully functioning board games on graph paper, and reminds you that you are special while staying resilient to all he goes through. He is autistic, has ADHD, and dyslexia. He is an enrolled Alaska Native descendant. He is also a child that this district has been failing for over 2 years. I have stood here 3 times before. On December 10th, I told this board my Title IX complaint had been folded into a HIB investigation. On January 28th, I told you nowhere in any investigation of my son's Title IX case is it recorded that he was asked what happened to him. On March 11th, I told you 3 founded findings under policies 3205, 3207, and 3210 have not produced a safety plan that restores my son's sense of safety. I told you I had emailed the superintendent 3 times. He has never responded. 9 days ago, I sent this board a written letter listing 17 specific unresolved items in my son's case. The board president acknowledged receipt. The superintendent still has not responded. I have an open OSPI complaint, sections 26-119, with a decision due June 26th. I have an open federal civil rights complaint with the U.S. Department of Education, OCR, and an earlier OSPI complaint closed in February with a binding 3 violation finding. The corrective action plan deadline has passed without compliance. I have learned that from kindergarten until February of this year, my son was recorded in the district's student information system as white only. He was invisible to programming meant to reach Native families. His Title VI status was confirmed only in March after I asked. For an entire school year, my son ate lunch alone at a desk in the hallway while the district investigated whether he was being harassed. Kent Laboratory Academy has a LINK program. I have been applying since my son was in elementary school. The district says the only path is a lottery he has not been picked in. I am aware of students who have been placed in district specialty programs through non-lottery pathways. I am asking why my son has not been considered through any pathway available to the district. My next OCR complaint will document the discrimination we have experienced. Of every school district in Washington State, Kent is the only one OSPI has designated Level 4, needing substantial intervention to implement federal special education law. My son is the very definition of why. I am asking this board to look at the difference in how my family has been treated and ask why. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burchell. Joseph Simomo?
You said it right.
We all learn.
That's twice in a
It is a
row.
learning journey.
All right. Hi, my name is Joseph Simomo. Superintendent Vella, President Margell, board members. Author Joan Bauer said, "My grandma always said that God made libraries so that people didn't have an excuse to be stupid." I feel this quote on a spiritual level. Like many kids, my reading journey began in the school library and the public library. There are 77 public libraries in King County. However, many of these libraries are not accessible to our students. Neely O'Brien Elementary is a 35-minute walk to the Kent Library, along one of the busiest streets in Kent. Meridian Middle School is over an hour walk to the Kent Library, or almost a 2-hour walk to the Covington Library. I mention walking because during the summer, many of our students are home by themselves while their parents are at work. And if they do not have access to books, they don't have a ride. And with King County Transit being the way that they are, that's even a worse decision and even longer. I have stood from this podium many times claiming I'm a teacher because of the libraries. Raylene Wilson was my librarian at Neely O'Brien Elementary. Jan Martin was our library assistant. It was in their 4 walls that I found this, Rifles for Waddy by Harold Keith. This was published in 1957. By the way, this is not the copy from Neely O'Brien. I did not take it. I bought this one on my own. I promise you I did not take this from the district. It was published in 1957, winner of the Newbery Medal in 1958. This book introduced me to the history of the Civil War, and it would awaken my love for history. I read this book nearly 40 years after it was published. Why? Because it was in my school library that I had access to all day, every day. As a former Covington City Council member who has had to work on budgets in the millions of dollars, dealing with state mandates funded and unfunded, I may understand better than most your struggles with our budget this year. However, in my time on the City Council, the cuts I had to make never once looked like it was going to make learning harder. Looking at today's presentation that you will have later, there is a spot where it says 19 schools will have no afternoon library access. How does that help students? American writer Sidney Sheldon said, "Libraries store the energy that fuels the imagination. They open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life." How are we successfully preparing students for their future if we are closing libraries? Tonight, we honor our District Employees of the Year. I am proud to say I work with one of these wonderful people. I am happy to see her get her flowers from the district. She deserves them. However, once you approve the budget next month, her job will most likely be gone.
Thank you, Mr. Samama.
Oop. This one-arm stuff is pretty good.
And we are checking on that library fine.
I do have a library fine from Ketlink, apparently.
Per procedure 1420P, written comments will be provided to the board for review. However, they will not be read aloud at a board meeting. Let's see. We now move to our really fun section, recognition of our Employees of the Year. So for that, I will call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Markell. This is an important section in our agenda today where we get to recognize our Employees of the Year. And I'd like to call Mr. Damon Hunter, our Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, to begin the celebration. Mr. Hunter.
Good evening, President Markell. Members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. This evening, we are gathered to recognize the dedication, passion, and commitment of individuals who represent the very best of Team KSD. The Employee of the Year Award is more than a title. It's a celebration of service, leadership, and the positive impact our staff make each day and every day. Team KSD thrives because of employees who go above and beyond supporting students, encouraging colleagues, and working together to solve critical problems. At this time, I will hand off the Employee of the Year program to the Director of Employment Support, Bree Adams.
Good evening. I'm Bree Adams and honored to be selected as the HR representative to announce our amazing Employees of the Year. So before we get started, a little bit about our process. Our Employees of the Year are nominated by their colleagues and represent all of every employee group within KSD. Those submitting the nomination share how each of the employees represent and support the 4 strategic goals of the district and how they go above and beyond. The nomination submissions are scored by a panel of reps from our labor partners as well as human resources. And our award recipients are honored at their worksite in surprise announcements, which is the only thing I like better than getting to announce here is getting to surprise them. And again, never miss an opportunity to say thank you. So for those who got to help get those set up and kept a secret, thank you so much. So without further ado, I'm going to get started with the announcements. As your name is called, if you can please come up and accept your award, and then stay standing at the edge as we will take a picture with the full group. So, all right. Mr. Zach Jones from our ASME group from Technology Operations, who I do not think could be here with tonight, but we're going to honor him anyway. And from our bus drivers, Mr. Tony Novak. Oh. Mr. Ryan Snow from AFT, our HVAC technician. Ms. Carol Cleveland, as for our non-rep administrator, I know could not be here today as well, but fun fact, Carol was our Principal of the Year in 2018, so I got to give her this award twice in different categories. Mr. Jeff Martin for our coaches. Ms. Akela Chappelle, Administrative Assistant from Canyon Ridge Middle School. Ms. Julie Gunderson, paraeducator at the Outreach Program. Mr. Joshua Barnes, our Teacher of the Year from Scenic Hill Elementary. Principal Jennifer Osgood from Neely O'Brien Elementary. Ms. Josefina Ramos, our Elementary Kitchen Manager from Scenic Hill. Our very own Arnold Morera from our non-represented group. And our non-classroom teacher, Ms. Jasmine Pielmeyer. Oh, I practiced that. Pielmeyer, thank you. I practiced, I got nervous. So congratulations again. I was honored to be able to present these to you and your building. So again, thank you for all you do. And for more information about each of our nominees or winners this year, please check our website for all that was said during the nomination process. So, all right, thank you. Photo.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
We'll give just a moment to let people move around. Okay, we will move forward. Again, congratulations to all of our recipients of Employees of the Year representing all of our different partners, and just thank all of them for the work that they do each and every day to support our students. Our next section is our presentation. We will start with a presentation on athletics and activities, and for that, I will call upon Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board. I am honored to bring up Mr. Brian Smith, our Director of Athletics and Activities. And as he's coming up, I'm going to take a moment of privilege just to brag about him a little bit. I remember when Brian came in to Kent from WIAA, I thought we hit the jackpot at that time. And at this point, I know we did. The dedication he shows to all of our athletes, not just on the field, but off the field, and the work he does around leadership. I just wanted to say thank you, Brian, for what you do, and I'm excited about this presentation, just like our board is. So, Brian.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Brian Smith, and I serve as the Director of Athletics and Activities for the Kent School District. At the core of our work is a simple but powerful belief. Every student deserves connections to purpose-based athletics and activities within an environment where they feel seen, safe, and supported. Today, I'll share how our work is centered around creating opportunities plus not just access to participation, but intentional experiences that build confident, capable, and connected students. Our athletics and activities team serves as a foundation that supports all school-based programs across the district. We provide structure, guidance, and oversight for administrators, athletic directors, coaches, activity coordinators, and ASB programs, ensuring consistency, clarity, and alignment across all schools. We also manage the operational side of programs, including scheduling, transportation, officials, and big event preparation, while overseeing field trip planning, facility use, and maintenance. Just as importantly, we serve as a resource for our students, families, and community members. The benefit of this work is that it creates a safe, equitable, and well-organized system so that our schools can focus on what matters most, delivering high-quality experiences for students. Our vision is to provide exceptional athletic and activity opportunities that support the whole student. This includes not only competition and participation, but also development academically, socially, and emotionally. Through Opportunities Plus, our team intentionally designs experiences that build confidence, leadership, teamwork, and strong work ethic. Students learn how to compete, overcome adversity, and plan for success while developing positive habits. The added value, the plus, is the students leave our programs with purpose, passion, and skills that prepare them life beyond school. The benefit is clear. We are not just running programs, we are developing people. When we look at our participation data, we see both strengths and opportunities. Some student groups are slightly overrepresented, while others, particularly Asian, Hispanic, and Native students, are underrepresented. It's important to note that this is not about interest or ability, it's about access, awareness, and connection. So the question becomes, what are we doing with this information? Our focus is moving very intentional, expanding access through program expansion, teaching our coaches and staff how to remove barriers, and creating more inclusive programs where every student sees a place for themselves. The benefit of this work is increased participation, stronger representation, and a more equitable system where all students have the opportunity to engage. This slide represents the foundation of our work, intentional planning. On the left is our portrait of an athlete, and on the right is a portrait of our coach. The athlete portrait defines the qualities we are developing as effective communicators, resilient competitors, respectful participants, positive teammates, and well-rounded individuals. The coach portrait outlines the adults leading these experiences, communicators, leaders, collaborators, motivators, and role models. The key idea here is alignment. We don't simply hope these outcomes happen, we design them. When coaches model these behaviors consistently, they create environments where students grow, not just as athletes, but as people. The benefit is a more consistent, meaningful experience that drives connection, belonging, and engagement across all programs. To support this work, we invest in coaching development and recognition. Our Coach Mentor program supports new head coaches with a focus on building inclusion, relationship-centered environments. Our 10-minute video coaching huddles provide ongoing practical development strategies that coaches can apply immediately. And we intentionally celebrate and recognize the great work happening across the district. The impact of these efforts is stronger than team culture, improved trust, and increased student connection. Ultimately, better coaching leads to better student experience, and that's where we see the greatest return. Student leadership. We also prioritize student voice through our student-athlete leadership. Actually, did I skip one? No. I'm going to jump to unified real quick.
Okay.
My apologies, I got off script here. Our unified programs represent an amazingly impactful area that we are very proud of. Our growth in the last 3 years has been tremendous. Across elementary, middle school, and high schools, we provide inclusive opportunities where students with and without disabilities participate together. These programs include athletics, clubs, leadership opportunities, and school-wide events. We've seen incredible success, including national recognition, state-level competition, and a $20,000 Special Olympics grant supporting this work. The benefit goes far beyond participation. Unified programming builds empathy, inclusion, and belonging while creating meaningful connections that truly change school culture. It ensures that every student has a place to belong. Now I'll go to leadership. We also prioritize student voice through our student-athlete leadership work. This group represents a diverse cross-section of our programs and includes students who demonstrate leadership and influence. They focus on key areas like increasing fan participation, evaluating student voice, addressing discriminatory behaviors, and strengthening team culture. They collaborate directly with athletic directors and lead initiatives within their schools. The benefit is that the students are not just participants, they are leaders shaping their own experiences. This builds ownership, improves school climate, and develops lifelong leadership skills. This slide highlights the scope of our field trip programming across the districts through the month of May. We see strong participation across all levels with a significant number of curricular and activities-based experiences. These opportunities extend learning beyond the classroom and provide real-world connections for students. Just as important, we want to be intentional about ensuring equity across the district, making sure all students, regardless of their background or school, have access to these experiences. In addition, the use of Final Forms has significantly enhanced our ability to track field trip, while also improving communication with families, staff, and advisors. This allows for more transparency, better organization, and increased confidence in the process. The benefit is that students gain meaningful experiences that deepen engagement, enhance learning, and support overall development, while also ensuring equitable access and clear communication for everyone involved. Our partnership with community organizations continue to expand, and we can offer students in meaningful and tangible ways. Speaking directly with Kent Parks and Covington Parks, these collaborations bring additional resources, expertise, and opportunities into our programs, helping us enhance student experiences across the district. Two examples of this in action include our lighting partnership at Canyon Ridge, which increases access by extending usable time for programs and activities, and the new athletic complex at Kent Ridge, which is expected to be accessible by the end of fall 2026. Both these projects directly support increased student participation, improved safety, and more equitable access to quality facilities. The overall benefit is clear. We are increasing opportunities for students while maximizing community investment without placing the burden on district resources. Partnership truly allow us to do more for students than we can do alone. We are proposing to align ASB card fees with the Washington State average $40 for high school and $20 for middle school. These fees directly support athletics activities, clubs, and student events that build school culture and engagement. We remain committed to equity with fee waivers, ensuring that financial need is not a barrier for participation. The benefit is a sustainable model that continues to fund high-quality student opportunities while maintaining access for all students. We are also proposing adjustment to facility use rates effective August 26. This update aligns fees with actual cost of operations, including staffing, utilities, supervision, and maintenance. Our goal is to improve cost recovery and reduce the reliance on general fund subsidies. The benefit is financial sustainability, ensuring we can continue to provide and maintain high-quality facilities without impacting instructional resources. In closing, our work is centered on expanding access, improving connection, and increasing opportunity for every student. Through intentional design, strong leadership, and inclusive programming, we are building systems that support not just participation, but growth, belonging, and success. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I know that you gave a really interesting fact about graduation rates among students. Would you mind repeating that one? I
Yeah.
just think it was a great one.
Thankfully, to some very important people in our tech world, I wouldn't be able to do this alone, obviously, but looking over the past year in our data and our students that were in activity or in athletic, their graduation rate was 98.6%. And so we also know that if they did 2 or more, that it was close to 100%. And so there is not a strong correlation, there is an absolute correlation between being involved and belonging in your school and graduating on time.
Thank you very much. Since I'm talking, do you mind if I just go ahead and ask my question? My question was about, we obviously know that cuts are happening, and it makes sense to me that, ASB cards, fees go up, things like that. Could you talk about, are there any other cuts, and specifically about transportation with around athletics? Could you talk about that and what that looks like?
We haven't done any cuts with transportation. I think what we're doing is trying to be very intentional in our planning, trying to get over some of the, I don't want to say emotional barriers, but sometimes if a bus is going the same direction and there's 2 teams from 2 different schools, that we shouldn't be afraid of getting on the same bus and going that direction. So I think it's, think and be smarter about what we're doing.
May I follow?
Absolutely.
So what it sounds like is using creativity, we're trying to maximize the space that we have on a bus, but there's a commitment to still making sure that students have the ability to get to and from the meet or
Correct.
whatever it is. Okay.
Yeah, we have no intention of cutting any of that type of transportation. Number one, safety-wise, and legally, it's our duty to provide safe transportation for our athletes.
Thank you very much for answering that so clearly. Director Gregory?
My question, I have 2. Can I ask 2? You want me to
Yes.
limit it to 1?
You can we do a circle round, and then we'll have you on the second
Sure, I can do that. I'm
round?
happy to do that. All right, I want to go back to ASB fees, because that's hitting people's pocketbooks. You said affordability and equity fee waivers ensure that financial need does not prevent student participation, promoting access and fairness. How do we communicate that currently to families? Because often the conversation happens at the table. I'll give you an example. Mom, I want to fill in the blank for the sport. I'm just going to fill in track. I want to run track. And my immediate response is, how in the world are you gonna run track when we can't pay for gas or this or that with the costs and everything? So how do families, instead of a no, how do we turn that into a yes? And how do we get that, how are we communicating that out to families, and are we doing it often? So that people know that there's this resource, we can get ahead of it instead of it being a no.
Great question. I think number one, in our process to not only go through field trips, but to register for athletics, that is one of our questions. Not only the consent to share, but if they would like to apply for reduced fees, lunches, and meals. And so that is going to hit them right away in that process. I believe that our schools, I always hate saying that I'm doing it or my team's doing that, because really, the boots on the ground, we have great ASB bookkeepers that they know their kids, they know their list, and they work with them. And we have leadership teachers and athletic directors and activity coordinators that work to get every kid out. And so when we talk about no barriers, we have people that are working on that every day.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
May I also put a plug, your SALT team? It sounded like this was one of the projects that they also worked on for the year,
Yep.
is making awareness of, so the student athletic leadership team, the picture of their, how do you get, from the student leaders, from really like kind of grassroots, it's like, so if the students are saying, hey, did you know you could do this? And so then that word of mouth kind of gets through their schools too, so.
I would add too that, I know that we are adding expense, but we have some neighbor districts that also charge an activity fee on top of an ASB card. And so we have moved up to the middle when it comes to the ASB card itself, but we still don't charge our kids to participate. And through, again, great leadership at the school level, we're not fundraising for uniforms and socks and different things like that. If they're turning out, they're going to be in uniform.
Right.
And that's our commitment.
I have a comment, and then I have a question, and then I'll have another question. First, but here's my first comment. I live right behind Canyon Ridge. I was very nervous when the lights got installed. I called the city because those lights would go right into my house.
I was nervous too.
And I got to tell you, I love them. They're
Great.
like, they don't bleed into my house, firstly, but it has brought our neighborhood together in a way that really was lacking, especially during COVID and after COVID, when Canyon Ridge, pre-Canyon Ridge, it shifted over, and now we have the school community. And I see those kids, because I get home about the same time that those kids are getting out of school, and I see them come down the trail next to my house, and they, sometimes leave me gifts, like garbage. But I also watch the neighborhood kids go over to the field, and my children will ride the bikes around the loop, and it's such a huge neighborhood draw to be able to access that field even as it's getting dark. And gosh, what a wonderful way to bring our families and our students and our community together. So that's my comment.
Great.
Now, you, I know because I've spoken with you before, are a big, long-term, big picture thinker. And I've already asked you this question, so I know the answer, but I'm going to ask you for everyone else. What are the department's biggest goals over the next few years?
You have asked this.
I have it here. Do you want
it kind of depends on the day sometimes as well, but we are trying to break down every barrier and get every kid in a uniform and have, as my coaches would say, we want students to be under a whistle all year long or be in an activity that they love. And both are so critical to have great people leading kids, mentoring kids. It's life-changing, and we know that. So when I go back to the 98.6%, it's because of those people. And so a big charge for myself and my office is to educate, is to ensure that our youngest, newest coaches understand that they're going to be here, even if they have a losing season, if they're great to kids and they're leading kids and they're developing fine human beings. That's our ultimate goal. And so long-term, that's always going to be my goal.
Director Cook?
Yeah, I appreciated the comments and questions. My first comment, I guess, is that I am a little curious about the work that we're putting into these sorts of changes and updates and whatnot, as we're still, cutting library paras that are providing help with reading. But beyond that, I also would like to know a little bit more about how we're providing transportation for our students getting home. My kids are both really big into sports. They both join sports almost every season. We're lucky enough to live really close to both of their schools, but a lot of people don't. And that to me is a big equity issue in and of itself. How are we addressing that?
It's a great question. I know that from my budget and from Superintendent Bella's budget that if a school has reached out for an activity bus, we have found a way. The hard thing is we need to evaluate that almost on a month-to-month basis because that activity bus might have 1 or 2 kids on it. And is that the best way to use our funding? So it comes from the school's ask. The buses aren't just going to show up. We're going to need to know that there is that need there. And but I agree with you. If kids are having a difficult time getting to school or from their activities back home, that is a barrier. And we know that's a focus.
My question was about the facility use rate adjustment. Do you happen to have, and I'm fine with a follow-up because it's numbers I'm asking off the top of your head, any idea of are we looking to double the costs? Are we
Great
looking
question.
to triple them? What does this look like?
First off, we looked around at neighboring districts and even kind of through parks and different organizations in there. We're incredibly low. And we decided, for this year to go up 15% across the board, and then also look at our labor to see what true costs are there. Because again, my coverage for facility use on the weekends is almost always overtime.
Yeah.
It's difficult to find someone to work that job on the weekend.
Thank you very much. Director Gregory?
Learning and development is my background. So I am this is my comment, I am very excited about the coaching huddles. I think that is by far for coaches, when you're having a difficulty, having it segmented, not being a 10-hour class that I got to go sit through, which I do sit through because of Girl Scouts, so I know what those classes look like. But I love that you have those 10-minute, it's a quick thing. I don't remember this. Oh, I remember seeing it in class, but I want a refresher on it. So having that available to coaches, that encourages them to continue to be a coach, and I love that I see that.
Thank you. We have uploaded the start of those videos onto our staff link, and they also are on our YouTube page. So KSD Sports Zone is YouTube, and so you can go and visit those. We have some examples from our SALT members as well. They produced 4 or 5 different videos, so student perspective, fantastic. I wish I could get more from them on that. That'd be great.
I have a selfie stick if you need help.
Yeah,
I can do
that's great.
Video production.
That's
I
great.
can do it. It's true.
I know. So earlier, we saw a graph of how we have some groups that are underrepresented when it comes to our sports and activities. What are we doing to increase that? And I know you talked a little bit about this.
Sure.
I was hoping you could expand. What are we doing to increase the participation in these underrepresented groups?
Well, this would be the first year that we were able to really get that data. And so as soon as we mined that, we sent it out to ADs and said, take a look at it. Try to figure out what we're missing. And if we're in the wrong classrooms or encouraging, a certain group over another, that we need to take a look at ourselves first. And so that's step one. And, in a year, it might make a difference. If not, we'll go deeper. looking for suggestions on that because it's not an easy one. Like I said, I truly believe that, we have the Pied Pipers in our schools, that our coaches and our activities people are attracting and trying to get every kid out. If we have coaches that are telling kids to go away, I need to know who they are because that's not what we're about.
Well, I will say, so here are some of the things, because I always email my questions, and here's some of the things that you put down as an answer. Building relationships with middle schools and community programs, promoting inclusive coaching practices and diverse representation among staff, offering targeted outreach and recruitment efforts with Kent Parks, and I assume Covington Parks, and other community programs, evaluating participation data to identify gaps and adjust programming, and creating welcoming environments where all students feel a sense of belonging. And I think that last one, for me, that one was the most powerful to read. So thank you.
Of course. I mentioned Kent Parks because they were very open to start this partnership and have this conversation. And so 2 years ago, we started a program that was called Get in the Game. And so that was a small group of us advertising and really trying to educate parents. And where they saw their data was really interesting. At the third grade level, that's where they saw a drop in girls' participation. And so they made that target. And so, I think we're going to see that benefit in the next couple of years in our middle schools right away. So very important information. You have to work with your partner groups.
That's great.
Fantastic, thank you.
Director Cook?
That's all I had.
My last question is, and I've brought this one up before, and I will continue to, is the unbanked. And that it makes it really hard for our families that are unbanked to be able to go into games when we require a credit card or debit card for purchase of a ticket because we don't accept cash. The other issue that I have with this is that for a $4, $7 ticket, we're paying $1.75 per ticket fee.
I'm not going to correct you, but yes,
You can correct me.
It's not that much, but it is, it is hard that it's going a different direction. What our league has decided is that we are going to keep our ticket prices lower because of that fee. If you go right next door to the Kinko, their entry is $8 plus that other fee. And so we're trying to be cognizant, and we get it. And we don't like that either. It's just not a better method out there. One of the reasons. Yeah.
It still works.
Yeah, it does work.
And I completely understand. I'm going to say most people could probably still, and I cut you off and I apologize.
That's
I
all
do
right.
recognize this. I understand. It's for me, it's less the fee, but all debts, private and public, we're a public institution, and that's what our cash says. And it still should be, because when I saw a grandparent not see their daughter or their granddaughter participate at state because they couldn't figure out how to do the QR code.
Right.
When I saw parents leaving from a football game that they didn't get to see their kid play at because they didn't have a checking or credit card, they didn't have a checking account, that is unacceptable.
Sure.
We have to figure out a way to let parents, grandparents, community be able to watch our kids play with cash.
Yeah. No, I
And
get it.
so I really challenge us as a district to figure it out. That's my last one.
I have one more comment. I see your mic drop. It's going to take a minute to get over that. We do have the little booths out front with the little window where you could pay in cash. I'm just going to let you know. They're still there, in
Yes.
case you were wondering. Okay. I want to talk about Kent Ridge, my alma mater. Just want to point that out. First, I have to say, I am thrilled. I do not like us tearing down trees, but I am thrilled that we have torn down all of those trees and we are using that space, because that space, I went to school. How many people went to Kent Ridge? Come on, raise your hands right here. Look at all these people at Kent Ridge. Nobody uses those fields, right? I was there in the 90s. Nobody went out there because they were a mud pit. So I am thrilled that we have invested, done the capital investment that we needed, went out, got the money, and now we are improving that space. I'm also excited, in case people want to know, we are making it accessible. So I don't remember what road it is, but on the side road, there's going to be handicap parking, accessibility parking, and ramps, so you're gonna be able to get over there. You're not gonna have to park over in the parking lot and then try to figure out how to get over there. We've made it accessible. So I wanna let everybody know, this is one of those projects that I am thrilled that we're doing it. And then you told me it was gonna be fall of 2026, which I know it takes time.
Very hopeful, yes, but
I
yes,
know it
that's what
takes
we're being
time.
told.
But will you remind everybody what's going in there? Because we see this thing being developed, but what is going to go in there besides a parking lot with a bus loop drop off, which is gonna be great? But what is the other pieces of those? Because I think a lot of people are asking, they're like, well, what are you doing? Like, are
Right.
you just putting in a baseball field? So can you explain
Sure.
what's going in there, please?
Obviously, we're trying to make it as multi-purpose as we can. Some lines are mandatory, so there is going to be a baseball field in there. There is going to be a fast pitch field in there. There's also going to be a regulation-sized soccer field in there. They overlap a bit, but that's common
That's common,
everywhere.
yeah.
Yes. You're not going to play baseball and have soccer game going on at the same time.
Oh, we're
So-
gonna too.
Yeah.
I think we should do it. Safety, just throw that out the window.
So, it becomes a lot of green space. And obviously, that's why Kent Parks is very excited about that. That is one of their areas that is completely underserved for fields. And so they're very excited about helping us with the light situation there. But those are the three main lined areas. And other than that, there's plenty of other green space, or turf, I should say, there.
And we are putting
Scoreboards?
back some of the trees. There's gonna be some green space with trees. I know we cut them down. I know that we did that. But
Yeah.
we're gonna make improvements to get down there. Like, we've taken out the rickety stairs that nobody goes down, unless you were smoking back in the day. That's where you went to smoke, by the way.
So, Director Gregory, we could come back and give you a facilities update
I know, I'm
at
just
some point.
excited
I've been
about it.
involved with it. There's been a lot of changes too, but yes,
Yeah.
we can probably give you the updated map.
Yeah.
And that would be great.
Director Cook, any additional questions?
Nope, like I said before, that was all I had.
Great, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mr. Smith.
Mr.
We
Smith.
appreciate you coming and giving an update about our athletics and activities.
Anytime.
Thank you.
We're now moving to presentation 5.02, elementary library update. We will start with 2 comments from our community. Our first comment is for is by Sean Scheller, and then Dan Rosaria. Sorry.
Good evening. I was hoping that Wade Behringer's presentation would have been given first so that people would know what I'm referring to. There is a presentation that's in the school board documents that shows KSD still intends to eliminate our library para positions. And it infers that most librarians have extra spaces in their schedules to complete this work. Maybe, if I am to circulate books, shelve, repair, prepare the new books, then what will be lost? I can tell you a few. Our curriculum includes the Washington Children's Choice and the picture books, and then our Battle of the Books. But I've built these programs out to include a 3rd grade Washington Children's Choice picture book experience of Battle of the Books to prepare them for our chapter book 1. We also have many elementary partners with our KSD Foundation, myself and other elementaries, to provide multiple copies of the Otter titles. This is a beginning chapter book series that we vote on and promote, well, for 1st through 3rd grade students. Students I have an incentive program where I read all the books. I create a series of questions. They only have to answer one of them, and so they have multiple chances. And I can't do that work and have them coming in to get their prizes and doing my Sixer Club work that we do to build those readers and get that motivation, get that social emotional connection to school. Those are the kinds of things that are gonna be lost because they're the gravy. They're what makes KSD's library program awesome. That's what we're willing to give up. So this year, Suze Creek had 36 students that were able to make it to Sixer status. That's over 30% of our first through third graders. I can't tell you how many hundreds of questions have been answered, how many kids have come in to talk to me about books. I'm not going to be able to do those kinds of things. KSD's incredible library program teaches ed tech skills also. And without, let's see, I will have less time to teach ed tech skills, and I'll be checking out computers and checking them in, because we're also reducing our staff in IT, if you did not realize that. So now it's becoming a building level task. Another thing that takes several hours that I'll be charged with, that my para would have either done or helped me with. These programs improve student learning. Their attitudes toward reading increase by these efforts. These are the things that we want to have out of our library program. If I'm doing the clerical and preparational work, those are the things that get lost. There will be less time for integrating technology skills. Instead, I'll be doing that other work.
Thank you, Ms.
So,
Scheller.
just remember that we would appreciate it if you would consider the quality of your programs.
Our next speaker is Dan Rosiah.
Hello, Dan Rosiah, President of the Kent Association of Paraeducators, and if I could take a moment of privilege to speak not on what I'm going to speak with, I want to just recognize and celebrate Julie Gunderson, our Paraeducator of the Year. It does not take long into looking into Julie's educator story to understand how I'm so proud and honored to have her be the face of how amazing our paraeducators are in this district. More to the point, I need to start by calling out some words that were said at the last school board meeting from the dais. A member of the district leadership team, following the 18 comments about library paraeducators and aides being cut from our community stakeholders and colleagues, was brushed away with a comment of everybody is going to have a sob story when there are cuts to be made. It was a callous comment. It was an inappropriate comment, and I want to challenge the board members and district representatives to do better, just as you would challenge us to do the same. With that, I need to then again stress there's a difference between people who are upset because their individual job is having its hours cut, or there's no longer funding in that building for their position. They may have to move to a different school if they want to have the same job. Library paraeducators and library aides in our middle school and high schools are having the entire program eradicated. It is not about simply, oh, I can't be at my first choice. It is everything I have dedicated my professional career as an educator and honed my skills for is now gone. And as we'll see in the presentation, yes, there is the talk of 5 schools getting 4 hours of additional paraeducator support and 5 schools getting 2 hours. That is meant to be a catch-all. And so not only do we further devalue and minimize the work of our library paraeducators in the elementary schools by saying any warm body can do what you do, we are now going to be devaluing all paraeducators by saying the role of a paraeducator can be whatever a building decides on a given day. Whether it is standing in a random classroom, filing things away in the back room, organizing stuff, cutting out pictures, I don't know. But every single paraeducator position that's not IEN is now apparently up for grabs within this. This is our last chance to turn this around. $170,000 is what it costs for this supposed funding. Bumping it up to about $275 gives us 10 schools with 4 hours of a library para who actually already knows how to do the job.
Thank you, Dan. It's always an, sorry, I don't, we go from our comments into the presentation. So I will go to Superintendent Vela for the elementary library update.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to invite Dr. Wade Behringer, our Deputy Superintendent, up to the podium to begin the presentation. Dr. Behringer.
Thank you, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. I had the opportunity this evening, as requested by the board, to give an update on our elementary library situation. As Dan and others have stated, and we've seen over the last couple months, many of our librarians, our library paras, our students, our parents have shared their thoughts and their feelings and the concerns about budget reductions and the impact to our library paraeducators. And so I'm not here to minimize that. I'm not here to try to change the stories and the feelings that everyone has shared with us over the last couple of months. In fact, I recall I was standing at this podium a couple of months ago too, and I shared that these are hard decisions. These are not decisions that any of us want to make. And unfortunately, we have to make decisions that are not favorable by those that are impacted. When we're not here to share tonight, I'm not here to share tonight that librarians don't do anything with the unassigned time. I'm not here to say that library paras don't support our kids, as everyone has stated every single board meeting for the last 6 weeks. I'm not here to say that none of that is not true. It's all true. I have no doubt. None of us are here to question the reality of our employees and the impact of our students with our amazing employees in our library, whether they be paraeducators or librarians. What I am here to share is just facts this evening, just a factual information, because I know that there's a couple different stories out there, and I want to share some factual information with the board and those that are watching. So I'm going to be sharing with you a document, has several slides. I know some of you have seen this before or seen it when it came live on Friday. I will actually explain this in these first pictures here. What I also want to say before we get into the conversation of what the current situation for elementary librarians and our paras are looking like is the fact that in the last couple months, our principals have been very active sitting down with our librarians in our schools and talking about what I will refer to as called the at-the-glance document. This document is a document that is used by our librarians as they are going through and building out their instructional hours. And so you see in this particular example here, I'll use this as an example. All of the X's on this screen are instructional periods of time. They're 50-minute instructional periods of time. Now, this is just an example. I put 21 X's on this board in random order. It doesn't matter if they were in the morning or the afternoon or a particular block or more on one day. None whatsoever. This is just showing you a librarian that has 21 sections. Now, we also know that we have 5 schools that have more than 21 sections. So if you were to look at this example, and we have schools with 24 sections, you would see 3 more X's on here. No more time in the week, but you'd see 3 more X's on here. Mm-hmm. So I think it's important to know that we have quite the discrepancy between schools that have 24 sections of library that's noted on the school's master schedule, and schools that may have 11 sections of instruction on their master schedule. So this right here shows you that this particular 5 schools that have more than 21 sections, there are 21 sections of instructional time noted in the X's. Every single KEA member has a prep period every day, they should, unless they have a super contract or something like that. They have a prep period every day, 50-minute prep period. Elementary librarians, and I'm using the term librarian even though I know they have a 5-word title. I'm just saying it for ease of understanding for all of us here tonight. That they have 7 periods of technology integration time as well, contractually. So Their teaching counterparts that teach PE or music and things like that, they teach 28 sections. PE teachers, music teachers, a full load, the elementary level is considered 28 sections. So at the elementary level for librarians, a full load is 21 sections plus 7 sections of the tech integration, which is not noted on elementary master schedules as an instructional block of time where there's actually something that's very specific that has to happen during that 50-minute block on that day every single day. There are lots of things that make up tech integration work. Within the at-a-glance document, there are several different things that our librarians are engaged with every single day that has to do with tech integration. Some more than others. Some days are heavier than others. Some days may be lighter. Certain times of the year are heavier than others, depending on distribution of laptops and various activities that are going on around technology and or various lessons and things like that that may be happening during a particular time of the year with their teachers and things like that that are supporting technology for. So there's that technology integration piece that is 7 sections. So 21 and 7 is 28. There's your full load. This just happens to be an example of a school with 21 sections. Like I said, there's 5 that have more than 21 sections. So our conversations over the last couple months, hearing, again, all of the people coming to the podium for the last 3 months, those messages have not fallen on deaf ears. Yes, I understand the frustration of library paras and their title going away and that being a decision, but all of the pieces that have been shared from librarians and paraeducators and the library paraeducators, students and parents, as well as others, we've listened. One of the things that we've been doing is, as we've shared all this time through this budget work, is that things are still in progress. Because we knew we had to get to a number. We still have to get to 30.5 million. So yes, as it's been stated before, $1.1 million is roughly the cost of taking and removing all elementary paraeducators' hours. 1.1 million. So over the last couple weeks, or I'd say the last few weeks, last month or so, listening and reflecting on all the information, looking at the fact that there is a discrepancy between our schools. We have much smaller schools that have less library sections. And again, as I stated before, no one is saying that librarians and paras are not doing anything during the day. We're not saying that. What we're saying is we have some schools that their schedule is slammed all day long and others that are not slammed all day long based on the assigned schedule. Again, probably busy all day, no doubt about that. So we've been talking about, okay, well, there's obviously schools that may need some support because we're hearing about it. We're having the principals are having very active conversations with their librarians, trying to figure out what is this going to look like if we don't have a paraeducator specifically for library support. And so through those conversations, we've gotten to the place where it's like, well, there seems to be a need for support, but not just library support. There seems to be a need for flexible para support within the school. Because there are other things that could be supported and should be supported. And so looking at and working with CAP, and I know we're not there yet, as Dan stated, I know we're not there, and we'll continue having active dialogue with our labor partners and hoping that we can get to a place is that we are trying to create space for not only the library to be supported, but other areas of the school, whether it be a classroom, whatever it may be, to help students directly, more directly, support students. So taking that in consideration, there were 5 schools that we felt could benefit from additional para hours, not specific library para hours because that has gone away, but para hours that can support work in the library if the principal deems that to be the appropriate need. Could also support in classrooms, things like that, a little bit more flexible hours. So roughly 5 schools, 4 hours each, and then 5 schools with 2 hours each, being roughly 30 hours pushing back into the schools for para hours to support based on the principal's identification of support needed, which is roughly $250,000 of that 1.1 million. So when we push $250,000 back in, we've got to go find $250,000 somewhere else because we're still moving in that direction of we still need to make reductions. So again, the voices of our paras and our librarians and our kids and our parents have not gone unheard. We're trying to find a way that we can flexibly add more support back into the building, but not in a way that it dictates exactly what it has to happen, but flexibility for the building leader to work with the librarian to identify what that need may be. And any given day might be different. And so not dictating that from one, a job description specifically that says this is the title of your job and you only do these things, but trying to create some flexibility, and that's still, these are conversations. Here's an example of an 18 school, sections with 18 schools with 18 sections. So obviously 21's full, so then the red identification blocks you see here, those are 50 minutes of unassigned time. Again, not saying that librarians aren't doing things during those times, but those are unassigned because they're not considered full load. And so just an example there. There's an example with 17 sections, obviously now with 4. There are 19 elementaries with 11 to 17 sections. Then I wanted to show a 11 section. We have about just a little bit over 10 schools that are right around that 11, 12, 13 sections. Not that this is part of my presentation, but I'll answer a question that was said earlier. Again, these examples are just put together for the ease of looking at this. It was easier for me to put all the red blocks down below, not saying that kids wouldn't have access to library in the afternoon. These would happen to fit wherever they would have to fit based on the master schedule and the number of teachers in the building. When you have a smaller school, smaller schools have, say, 11 or 12 teachers, you have 11 sections because that's how a librarian's schedule is built. And so this just shows that piece. And again, the tech integration being a flexible, not dictated by the master schedule, but obviously a space where they're doing tech integration. And again, could be different times of the day. So just wanted to share this. I think it was important to note that not all things are created equal. Yes, the KEA-CBA says that every school will have a librarian, but not every single school has the same expectations around instructional periods on master schedules and assigned workload. So I think that's important. Again, stating the facts, not trying to make issues with anything like that. Let's see. A couple other pieces I wanted just to state before we move on. Know that there's a lot of conversations going on. Again, as I stated, principals and librarians are having conversations. We're also, Deb Willisey and Micheline, our team here at the district office that oversee and support our libraries, are working closely, and they are working to try to figure out what are the priorities with that in that at-a-glance document. So our librarians don't feel like, well, we still have to do every single thing on here. No, obviously that's not going to work. So what are those priorities for your school? What are the priorities for your students? And we're working, Director Willisey and her team are working behind the scenes to try to, with Jen Osgood with KPA and principals, to try to find some time-saving efficiency things that will help our librarians as they go through this adjustment of not having all of the hours of support in there. And so just saw today that they announced that we're gonna have an extra set of lunch cards that'll be made for our kids to have in the library, so it'll help with the checkout process versus our current process. So trying to find ways, working with our librarians, finding like, what do you need for you to feel like you can be successful? And trying to then capitalize on that, because we know this is gonna be hard. We're not saying this is gonna be easy and you should just suck it up and do it. We know that change is gonna be difficult, and when you lose support staff, that's an impact. There's no doubt. And so trying to find ways to lessen the hardship that's being created during this reduction time. So that's a short, sweet presentation. Didn't want to spend too much time. It was just the facts because I think people just needed to see. And again, I can't state clearly enough. No one is saying that people are not working throughout the entire day, but this is the reality of what is on a master schedule. We know there are lots of things that librarians and paraeducators do all day long, but we've got to find ways to become more efficient and tighter. And this is just the first year. I mean, we've got to prepare ourselves, unfortunately, for years to come. So, questions?
Director Cook?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there was someone who said the comment about a sob story. I was wondering if whoever that was that made that statement would like to apologize for said statement.
Sure. That was not my intent at all, and I do apologize for anyone who took my statement and was offended by that. I apologize. That was not the intent. I was actually responding to you, Director Cook, and trying to paint the picture of how difficult it is to make reductions, and the idea of the board having all of the community give input on where we should make cuts, and the idea of everyone coming to the podium and sharing their story, and then the board having to make a decision of like, okay, well, yes, we want to claw that back. Yes, we want to save that. Yes, we want to save that. So that was the context of that. I think it's really important that that's clear. That I was talking to you in response to that, and it was yes, choice of words. I probably could have said it in a different way. It was not pointed at anyone who'd been making their comments at the podium that evening or any other evening. But it is very clear that it's very difficult for the board to be in a position to have to, if the community was in charge of the reductions, so many people have the opportunity to come to the podium and say, please don't do this. And then you are in a position to have to make the decision, if you were in that position, to say, yes, we want to keep this or we don't want to keep this. So that was the context. I do apologize. That was me just speaking too quickly and not thinking about the impact it would have had on those that were listening.
Director
Thank
Williams?
you for that explanation. I don't know that an apology followed by that level of an explanation hits quite the same, but thank you for it. You have a good rest of your night.
Director Williams?
We've heard a lot about how we've heard from community, from our librarians, from our paras about how these reductions are going to impact students' day-to-day access. So under this proposed staffing model, what will this look like for our students?
Well, like I said a little bit earlier, principals are working with librarians to identify the priorities in the at-a-glance document. There are things in there that are required that we need to do. And there are things in there that we have created as a district and some individual schools that have created as things that are really cool and passion projects to them in their schools. But as we go through, as the building leaders and the librarians are going through and they're working on those, they're having to make those decisions within their buildings. At the district level, we're working to support them in adjusting those at-a-glance documents when we're looking at those schools that have, one, lost para hours, two, are finding themselves in a position to be able to have to reprioritize things because, as people have stated, it is hard to teach a lesson and check out books at the exact same time. So what are we doing as a system to support our librarians so our kids can have as normal and engaging of an opportunity in the library as they normally would have? It may look different. And then working through to trying to figure that out, because again, we have 29 elementary librarians, all of them in their own buildings. They all have their own special way about doing things. I would imagine that in those 29 unique ways, that there's probably some great little nuggets that people can share with each other in there on how they can do things a little bit differently. And I hope that's happening as well. And I hope that our principals are sharing with them, with one another, their colleagues, of how they're going to address some of those pieces.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? You mentioned the 29 schools and how they might have nuggets. Are we going to be providing some time for these 29 librarians to get together and problem solve together?
That's a great question. I'm not quite that deep into that work, but I can definitely follow up on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be great, thank you.
Director Gregory?
I'm going to go back to the sample because I know when people saw this, they were like, I'm going to go back to the sample schedule 11 sections. We'll just pull, this is perfect. So when people, I want to clarify, when people first look at this, the reaction is the red means that the library is closed. Okay? However, that's not the intention of this. I want to clarify.
That's correct.
So if I look at this, I would say, oh my stars, the afternoon at this school would be closed after lunch. What the freak are we doing? But really what the red means is that that librarian is not assigned a class at that time. It's unassigned time is what the red means. So the library is still open and they are working on their other projects and kids could come into that library, but they're not physically assigned a class at that time or physically assigned something at that time.
I can speak to part of that.
Okay.
To the unassigned part, that is correct. They're not physically assigned a class that comes down and meets with them or they have an instructional period at that
Period.
particular time.
Got it.
That does not mean, I can't speak, I'm sure kids are coming down.
Yes, they're coming
I'm sure
down.
there's kids checking out books. I'm sure things are going on. I have no doubt about that.
Right.
I'm just, for ease of clarity around this, like these red things can be scattered all over the day, any day. But it was just more of for like a visual representation, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because when I got this document, I was like, why is the library closed at these 11 schools in the afternoon when kids need a break from, this is the time? And then I realized what the intention was, just to show that that's unassigned time and not necessarily the library is closed at that time.
And by no means, I would imagine everybody in this room knows that I'm not the librarian expert. Like I'm not in the library, I'm not in that space. You know, this work is based off of just factual information I have, having conversations with principals, looking at master schedules at the elementary level, having conversations with the department up here that supports librarians. Right. But again, I have no doubt that there's missing pieces, but factually, this is a fact.
This is what the master schedule looks like at this school, not that
Well,
it's
minus,
all
it
red
doesn't
is the
say tech
afternoon.
on the master schedule and things like that, but it shows their prep and shows their instructional periods.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I do have but I'll let you go. I have more questions.
I have no questions. Director Cook?
I was wondering, we have a librarian in the audience now. Would it be possible for me to ask a question of the librarian?
Unfortunately.
Since she is an expert?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad we didn't include any experts. Thanks.
But if you were here, you would be welcome to talk to her during our break that's coming up right after this.
That would be wildly inappropriate for me to be doing that when I could have them speak where everyone could hear.
Are there schools where the reductions may create larger operational or supervision challenges? I've seen multiple emails from librarians about their makerspace or the way that their library is designed. It makes it difficult for them to see all of the children at the same time. Safety is obviously a number one concern. How do we overcome that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that goes back to the conversations that our principals are having with their librarians about what are all the things that we do right now, and if we were to take away our library para, what are the things that we would struggle to maintain because of visibility, safety, or the checkout, whatever it is, the things that we've normally done, and then start to figure out what can we do, or what could this look like in a modified way? And that goes back to the conversation working with our labor partners and trying to find a way to push hours back into the school that could not only support library, but also classroom or wherever the need may be. And so that's an important piece. We're trying to, as we've listened and continue want to engage in that conversation, because there are hours that can go back. I've talked to principals about the idea, and the idea is like, well, there's principals that are just like, hey, if you give me 4 hours of general paraeducator time, I'm gonna use it in my library. And there may be a day that I'm gonna need to use it in a classroom because I've got 4 other paras out and, oh my gosh, I need that support. And so we're in a place now where, especially with reductions being a thing that probably will be here for a bit, is that we need flexibility with our hours. Specificity makes it challenging for us to be able to maintain full positions. So.
Can I just add just one more point to that? For the board to really understand that not every library is built the same.
Right.
You've seen, because you've been on learning walks with me and my team, that there are open concept areas, there are corners, that's one. The other is that, given that, each principal and their teams are having to modify, adjust, as it relates to the safety piece, all the time. So it's not the same thing in each building. They need to work together, as Dr. Behringer said, because they have some specific uniqueness to their setting.
I have questions on, I want to clarify hours and budget and money. So how many hours does our current paraeducators work in a school? Like, is it 4 hours a day?
Which, just library paras?
Just library paras,
Okay,
just the
so there are
paras.
4 hours, and I believe there's 5 hour, 5.75? Yeah,
So they work 4 hours every day,
depending on the size of the school.
depending on the size of school. We're
Correct.
gonna make it, can I just call it 4, just for sake of my thing? Okay, thank you. All right, so we're looking at 4 hours a day, and they're there every day. Is that correct?
Correct, as far as I know, unless they have some sort of agreement with
Yes,
their,
with their
supervisor
contractor,
around.
supervisor, they
Sure.
may not be, they may only
Yeah.
work a couple of days, but it's 4 hours if they work.
if they worked every
If they
single
work
day,
every
5 days a
single
week,
day.
yeah.
We are going to, the idea is to push back hours. We're taking away the designation of library para, and what you're doing instead is you're making it a general para. I'm gonna make.
We're hoping to. We're
We're
not
hoping-
quite to
There,
that point
yeah.
yet, we're in conversations, but we're not.
You want to make it a
finalizing.
general para, because then you can use that person in another part of the building based on building need.
Correct.
So the question I have is, who makes that decision on where that person is placed? Is that the principal that will make that decision? So the
Yes.
principal makes that decision.
That's correct.
And then with this change, this is my concern. I guess I should say this is my comment and my concern. With this change, what if in a school this is happening, but the principal is not making the right decision? Who gets to escalate that? Is that the para or the librarian or?
So.
Because
the
this
whole- yeah.
seems like, I think there needs to be a little bit more forethought on how do we make sure that the needs are being met, right,
Well,
for students?
yes, I'd push back a little bit and say that, we trust our principals to make wise decisions based on the needs of the students and their staff, and that hopefully, and I'm sure they are, having conversations with the employees that are impacted to make sure that, because again, we want people to come to work excited and happy to work every
Yes.
single day. And if we're just doing to them without them, then that makes it really tough to show up every day and be like, I'm super excited about my job, but you're telling me to do something we didn't talk about.
Right.
So, to make this work, I know that's a focus of the Principals Association, working with their librarians, because again, it looks different in every school.
Right.
Our principal conversations with our schools that are 23, 24 sections, Sunrise, things like that, that's a different conversation than a conversation at our Seuss Creek Librarian School.
Right.
Different conversation,
A follow-up.
as it should be, because every school's different. They have different needs. Seuss
Right.
Creek, totally different need than Sunrise.
And Sunrise also has the Odyssey program. They have other programs
So-
and other things with it. The other follow-up question to that is there a contract impact then, and we're working through labor partners then? Because if you change their designation from library to general, is there a certificate problem? Are we gonna, I want to make sure that if this were to go through, our labor partners are having that conversation to say, I'm currently a library para, and I become a general para. Do I need different certification for that? Because I don't want to lose my job.
right?
No, because the library or the paraeducator contract is broken into two different salary designations.
Got it.
A and a B.
Got it.
This elementary general education para would fall under A, which does not require any additional certifications. If you're in B, you may have, it's not called right response, but safety cares
care,
training.
right.
There's different things, because you're working with a different student population
Population.
specifically.
Okay.
And so there is a different designation there, which is why there's a difference in the designation in the contract.
Okay.
But this specifically would not denote having to have a different set of training or certification or anything like that.
Okay.
Director Cook?
I'm all done.
I'm going to throw you one that was not on my list. Sorry.
I'm good.
Okay, you got this?
We'll see.
As you know, I'm a very proud member of a labor organization. And it is very important to me that our labor partners feel valued and respected within our district. What I heard tonight is that one of our labor presidents feels devalued, has said that their members feel devalued and minimized. That hurts me. And I'm wondering.
me.
I'm wondering, I know that there are ongoing discussions. We're not going to get into the details of that. How do we mend these fences? What do we do so that we are working in cohesion with our labor partners?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it hurt me sitting over here listening to it as well, as we've been intentional to extend our arm to all of our labor partners to have a conversation, more specifically our Kent Paraeducators Association, and to have a conversation with them about this particular situation and what we could do to work together. Sitting down and having meetings in spaces and having dialogues in multiple spaces, trying to get to a place where, again, as I said at the beginning, and I'll say it again, 2 months ago was there's no library paras, it's $1.1 million in reductions, and there is no para hours going back in. Now we've been trying to sit down and figure out a flexible plan to be able to support libraries or any other area in the school that directly impacts students deemed appropriate by the principal. 30 hours, $250,000 going back in. If we can't make this work, that doesn't happen. So, I mean, and again, I think it's important. And I know that people have said, well, you should have thought it was important 3 months ago when we started. I get all that. And that's why this is always in progress. And it is important. Because the last thing I want to hear is Dan standing there telling us that he and his members feel that way. That doesn't make me feel good. I respect Dan and the work that Dan does. And so I don't like that feeling. And you guys didn't like reading his email today, and I didn't like reading it either. And I read it several times, and it hits. It's like, I want to make this work. We need to make this work. But we also can't ignore the fact that we have a massive budget shortfall right now we're dealing with. And so if we can push a little bit back in and to support those schools that are a little bit bigger, that have a little bit more of an impact, not saying that not all schools are having an impact by this, then that's what we would like to do.
So what I'm hearing you say is, this is an ongoing conversation. We are continuing to problem solve.
It's exactly what I'm saying.
And while we recognize where our labor partners are feeling, it's important that we are all coming together to problem solve together. Is that an accurate representation of what you just said?
As long as it takes. It's important that we end up somewhere in a space that we can feel like we made a decision that, even though we might not like it, but it's something we can move forward on together.
And I will add, Director Williams, summarize, it's continued dialogue to your question, which to the board, we've shared, we've been in dialogue since October. More often now as we meet more regularly with CAP and other labor groups. And so continued dialogue.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This was a important topic to our community and to the board, obviously, and so thank you for taking a moment to just show some of the facts and the numbers around it. So it is 8:10. We are going to take a 10-minute break. We will resume again at 8:20. It is 8:20, and we're going to go ahead and resume. Our next section is 5.03, EP&O levy. Again, I call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. I don't need to call him back because he's already there. Dr. Behringer.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vella, Ms. Curry, someone should have thought about putting the talking, the guy who talks a lot in back-to-back presentations this evening. So if it goes long, it's probably my fault. We can blame me this time. Appreciate the opportunity this evening to bring to your attention. I think it's hard to believe that we're back here having a conversation around levies again. But our EP&O levy does come to an end in December 31st of 2027. And the reason we're coming to you tonight is to kind of give you a heads up that we would like to run the EP&O levy that collects in 2028 on November 3rd, 2026. That is the midterm election. There stands to be a very strong turnout, and so we would like to take advantage of that opportunity. And so what I'd like to do this evening is just share with you very quickly, remind you, most people in this space on the board and watching understand what this levy funds, but I'm going to go through and share all that information with us this evening. And so I'm going to jump right in. Just a reminder, not that I haven't said this already, but the state does not fully fund education. What? I know, crazy. Not even close. So we really rely heavily on our taxpayers here in the Kent School District on supporting our students and staff through the passing of levies. Specifically, in this particular case, our Educational Programs and Operations Levy, which supports it helps support the underfunding of the state by paying our employees, which allows us to have more employees than the state would fund us, and also programs. So that's why this levy is extremely important. As I stated earlier, state underfunds the district by $127 million a year. So our current levy that we're in right now that runs out December 31st, 2027, we're collecting roughly $84 million. So if you can do the math on the 127 minus the very generous donation of our taxpayers of $84 million, we are still, $43 million short, which is why we're in these positions of shortfall. And we're not the only district in this space. As the costs of inclusive education continue to go up, as we continue to make sure that every single one of our labor groups are here with a competitive wage, and we stay obligated to our labor partners in that way, we have to continue to tighten things up. And so our voting public is extremely important to our success and our ability to not have to reduce more than we already do. So we're looking for a 4-year levy that would start collecting in 2028, run through December 31. Is that right? Yeah. Like I said, 15% of operating resources, which again is roughly $84 million currently, going into 2028, roughly $90 million, which I'm going to show you that in here in a second. This levy absolutely impacts every single labor group in this school district. There is not one group that is not impacted by this. Not an administrator, not a paraeducator, not an office administrator, not a building administrator, not a teacher, not an AFT custodian, bus driver, transportation. Everyone is impacted by this levy. Because again, the state doesn't fully fund all of our staffing needs, and so we backfill with our levy to support all of our employees, as well as our student athletics, music, and arts. So I'm just going to go through, share a couple examples, just so you have this. Question is, what is the state fund and what is the levy fund? We're going to go through each one of these little slides. State funds 89% of teachers, district funds 11%. Just to give you a perspective, it's roughly $30 million, that 11%. That's just the teacher piece. Now, I'm not going to give you numbers on every single one. I'm going to give you that number because that's the biggest number. KEA is our largest labor group in the district. So I wanted to give you that as just kind of a foundational piece. The levy funds 40% of our building administrators and building support staff. So our paraeducators, our KOP members, which are our Kent Association of Education Office Professionals, custodians, those that are in our schools supporting our kids in different roles other than being a teacher or administrator, 40% funded by the levy. Building support, central office administration, 13% funded by the levy. And then other support staff. So prof tech, non-rep prof tech members that work up here to support schools, 24% funded by the levy. Operating resources, so here's our MSOCs, our material supplies and operating costs. 22% funded by the levy. Again, the state does not fully fund MSOCs. That was one of our big three that we've shared the last couple of years, special education, MSOCs, and transportation. Building maintenance staff, 26% funded by the levy. If we don't have clean schools and schools aren't safe, then kids can't go to school there, and then we have to bus kids, and then we're in a whole nother issue. So, athletics, activities, and enrichment. EP&O levy covers and supports our additional classes in and around our advanced placement coursework, so IB, the International Baccalaureate Program at KM, and then advanced placement programs at the other three comprehensive high schools, our dual language program. Our dual language program is a standalone program. We literally just fund that here in KSD. There is not a penny that comes from the state for dual language. That's a program that we've made a decision on, that's what we want to offer our students in our community, so we pay for that. Our sports and extracurricular activities, funded by the levy. Knock on wood, as Brian shared a little bit earlier today, we're not in a position where we have to charge our kids additional activities fees. We're not in a position right now that we don't have to do pay to play. Talk about a barrier. We've been in that place in this district probably about 12 or 13 years ago when we were doing pay to play. And it just diminished the number of kids that were able to participate in activities. And we're not in that space because we've been passing our EP&O levies that continue to fund that. And when we make sacrifices in the district about reductions, we don't touch the activities or hopefully as much as the elective classes that entice our kids to come to school and get excited about being at school. Music and art, and then safety and security at athletic events. As you know, we've said this before, I'll say it again. Don't quote me on this, but it's probably somewhere in the ballpark. We have 23 safety officers in the district. The state covers about 4. Same thing with nurses. I think the state covers like 2 nurses or 3 nurses. You know, it's just ridiculous. So this levy covers all of those extra people that we have that we appreciate, especially around safety, when safety is our paramount duty for our students so they can learn. So let's get into some scenarios. These are just scenarios. These numbers can change. What I can tell you is this $1.76 per 1,000, that AV means assessed value of your home or your residence. That level right now is where we're at in this current levy. So if we were to move forward, and because it's a renewal levy, a replacement levy, it's not a brand new thing, we're moving forward. If we carried forward with the $1.76 and it passed, we'd receive roughly $90 million that first year, and then it goes up a little bit every single year after that. Roughly $90 million if we stayed flat. Now, know that flat really truly isn't flat, but it is, it's in that same space, but because people's home values go up, therefore the dollar value goes up. But we wouldn't be increasing if that was the option. We'd stay at the same tax rate. So $90 million allows us to kind of function kind of where we are right now in this space. Know this, $90 million, an absence of $90 million is roughly 900 positions across the district. We're roughly 3,800, 3,750 employees. I don't know where you pull 900 employees out of anywhere and still function. If we want to do, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, if we wanted to increase the rate and try to get more from our taxpayers, which again, before we do anything like that, we're going to poll our community. We're going to find out what the appetite is. We're going to find out how people are feeling about this, because they need to have the facts. If they wanted to do 195, that gets us roughly $99 million that first year and over 100 the next few years after that. So that helps a little bit more to that $127 million shortfall, which that will grow as well. And if they wanted to do the max projected levy lid rate for Kent School District at $2.09, we would get $106 million that first year and more after that. So it does make a larger dent. But again, even though it makes a larger dent in the district, it also may have an impact on our taxpayers. So I think it's really important that we find out what the appetite is with our community. Because the fact of the matter is, we can't function without our levy. That's just the reality. So there's not enough people at central office. People say, oh, just cut people at central office. Show me where there's $90 million in people at the district office. Are there 900 positions at the district office? No, there isn't. It's not. It's 250. So I just wanted to share that piece. And then here are the subsequent slides here are just going through and showing you. If you take a look back to 2017, we had approved bond levy and cap tech levy tax rates that made the entire tax rate for our taxpayers at $4.82. $4.82 in 2017. What we're proposing on any of these slides, this one happens to be roughly starting at $2.88 and going down to $2.59. So we're talking $2 different than it was 10 years ago. The next one, just the 195 one, shows you the same comparison, 482 down to 307, 305, 278, and 278. And the last one being 209 being the absolute top, still being $1.50, $1.60 lower than it was 10 years ago. So we are not going to come here tonight and say, hey, we're doing $1.76 or we're doing $1.95 or we're doing 209. We're going to poll our community. We're going to look and find out, because all these, we just use these random numbers. 209 is the top. 176 is our current floor. Anything in between, we can run numbers at 181 or 192 or whatever. But we just gave examples for this particular exercise this evening to be able to show you kind of where things would fall. But we're working on, and the team will be working tomorrow to work on questions around what we could ask in our polling of our community to get an idea of what should be that number when we bring that resolution to the board to pass. What is that appetite? Which again, we're not going to make everybody happy. Whether it's 176, there's still going to be people that are like, that's impactful to me. But there's also people going to say, why are we going for 176? Go for 209. Get your $106 million and let's cut less people. But everyone's in a different financial situation. And so we have to be able to ask people kind of what their appetite is, because we're hoping that come November 3rd, 2026, when people go out to vote, that this is a positive piece. And so we've got to make sure that we've put the right things on the resolution and people have buy-in to that. So the new, just in case you wanted to know, the new median house price in Kent, $610,000, which may or may not be a large chunk of our current families in this district. But this breaks down and shows you, the orange is if 176 was, if we say at 176, the green was 195, and then the blue is 209. The impact to your month, or not your monthly, your annual property tax bill, and what would go to Kent School District. So you can take a look at that, 2027 through 2031. Obviously, that in orange is lower, so a lower of an impact. But I think part of it is too, is our community needing to look at the difference between, let's just take 2029, 1745 and 1934. You're just shy of $200 impact over a year, but to the district, you're at probably close to $20 million of access from a 176 to a 209 on the max end. $20 million, $200 to a particular family that has a median home of $610,000. So just kind of sharing that in perspective as we're thinking about that. The reason we're coming to you today to share this with you, and then we'll be coming back to you in June with the resolution is because if we're gonna run at the midterm in November 3rd of 2026, we have timelines that we have to meet with King County. Those timelines are right here. The very first one, August 4th. When's our last board meeting? June 24th. When's our first board meeting that's not a special meeting of the summer? It's the end of August. So we have missed literally 4 of these deadlines. If we wait until the fall, we would not be able to run in November of 2026. We'd have to wait until 2027. Then you're in a special election, February, April. And again, then you put yourself in a position because the rule of thumb is you can run a levy twice in 1 calendar year. So if we ran in February and it failed, we only have 1 more shot to run it. But if we run in November of 26, and let's just say, I'm not willing this, if it doesn't pass, then we have 2 shots in 2027 to run it before it ends in December 31st, 2027. It's important to know that. I'm not wanting people to fail it in 26 so we can run it twice in 2027. I'm just saying, those are important things that people need to know when we're considering this. Yes, we will not collect until January of 28, and if we pass it in November of 26, that's 14 months away. But we have to take advantage of the political climate that we're given. And I think it's really important. That's the work that we do behind the scenes. That's our work that our community group does to try to make sure that we are making good decisions on when we should be running these capital measures. We have to capitalize on voter turnout. We have to capitalize on how people are feeling, not just here in Kent, but nationally and statewide. And so that's why we're coming to you to talk to you about November 3rd, 2026. And then next steps, just wanted to share with you, let's see. We'll come back with another presentation and give more time for board questions on June 10th, very modified presentation, June 10th. And then we'll come back on June 24th with the resolution. The resolution will look very, very similar to the resolutions we've run in the past for the EP&O. Because again, EP&O covers certain things, and they're going to still cover the certain things that they've always covered that we've appreciated our taxpayers supporting. So, any questions?
Director Gregory. Director Gregory.
So I have a question. In 2017, the levy was 342, right? 342. But
Yep.
I want to point out that the house value was not $600,000 in 2017. So $3.42 kind of equates out because the property values at that time were lower than they are today, right?
I would agree, yes.
Yeah. So I think that's one thing when we look at this representation, is to point that out to the community, is that our home values in 2017 are not what they are today, right? Our home values are more expensive today. So that's why the number is lower, right? Your number is 175 because you're still getting the same value of money.
Not that you asked a question, you made a statement.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful to the board and the community if an adjustment was made to this that maybe shows the median value of the home at that particular time?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be helpful because I think the problem with, I think one of the challenges is when we talk about levies and we talk about homes and we talk about we're putting the burden on taxpayers who are already overtaxed and they feel this pressure. I think one of the challenges is in the past, so part of me is like, well, why are we running it at 342? We've done that before, but we're not doing that because we needed that money in 2017 and we evaluated it on the dollar amount that we needed, what was in the millions. And that's the number we had to do to make it work because of the property values of what we're assessing against. And I think that is what the important piece is here.
And after that, we kept on listening to our community.
Yeah.
Which they're like, whoa. And we kept coming down and down to the point where it's important for us for the levy to be palatable for our taxpayers.
Correct.
Does us no good to say, well, we want to go for the full $106 million. That's what we need. It's going to reduce our reductions up here. So we're thinking of, like, we have to think about what our community, our taxpayers, the voters have an appetite for. It doesn't do us any good up here with, administration saying, well, that's what we need. We're just going to kind of shove it down there. No, we got to figure out what's going to work. Because if it means that we just have to replace and live at the 176 and get the 90 million and not the 106 million, then that's what it means. Because 90 million a year is a lot better than zero and 900 cuts. So whatever it is, and that's why it's important for the community in the polling to be able to tell us, like, what are you in the appetite for? Because again, like I said, everyone's in a different position. But I think to your point, and you're absolutely right about that, and that gets into the weeds of the taxes and the home values and trying to create. We've done on our website for the last several years. People can go in and click on. We have I think it's a tax rate, or it's a hyperlink. You can click on it, type in your address, and it tells you
What your tax
what
is.
exactly the school levy is coming out of what part of that property tax is the school levy. So we tried to be transparent about that. I know for some that it's like, ugh, but it is what it is, because if the state was doing their job, we wouldn't have to ask our taxpayers every 3 or 4 years to help support us continue doing our job for our kids.
So I wanted to, you said it right at the end, Dr. Behringer, that we're talking about an EP&O replacement levy,
Right.
and this is we're assuming that we're not going to continue at the state level, keep dropping on funding of education.
Right.
That's what our community needs to really understand, is that we have to keep up in both areas, right? It's not just on our community for the replacement levy of EP&O.
Director Williams.
You've highlighted a couple times that if we do not pass a 167 levy, that $89.2 million, that we will be.
176.
My apologies,
No worries.
167.
42 is the answer.
You're welcome. Okay. The 89.2 million is 900 positions. So if we're able to pass that, that is zero sum, we are maintaining. For the other two options, the 99 million and the 100, because I like to look in the positive. I'm an optimist.
Sure.
At least I pretend to be.
Appreciate that.
The 99 million and the 106 million, how many more people can we get with that?
Well, we were using the $100,000 as an average. If we took together all the salaries from every employee group in the district and we averaged them all together, $100,000 roughly. We haven't done the math, but we figured that's pretty close. So again, if you add $9 or $10 million to that, so there's 100 positions, 100 more positions.
So we're talking about the middle one is going to give us 100 more positions and more than 100 positions.
Or
it
may continue to keep us away from making any current reductions. Because again, every year, as we've stated in our budget presentations, just 1 year movement for all of our labor groups is $16 million. So those 10 positions are like, we're just going to be able to maintain and versus hiring back 100 positions.
Sure.
Less likely to do that.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Potentially a combination, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Director Cook.
All right. What's the one thing about our cuts process that if a swing voter sees it, makes them vote no, and is it fixed?
I didn't understand the question.
I'm guessing, was it based off of past data, why we had people say no to our levies, and then what was that main driving force? And
No.
have we changed that? Is that what you're asking?
No, that's not. I'm asking, we have been fairly opaque about our cuts process. I understand that we don't want to share everything that we're doing and that it's difficult to make determinations on everything. But have we looked at what the swing voters in our area might push them over the edge on, and what would make them say no, but that we could maybe change and make them a yes vote? Right now, all we hear is about the paras in the library, but there's got to be other things as well. There has to be one that is the most possible for us to win, doing something within the cuts framework to then show, here's our good faith. Let's work towards getting this levy passed so that we don't have to make additional cuts.
To answer your question, I don't think we've specifically asked a question of our community to be able to answer that. We are getting ready to do some polling. We're actually working on some questions. Whether that fits into the polling scheme, because usually those are pretty quick responses. There may be able to word a question that way. But we have not specifically asked our community what is, something that we could have done differently in our budget reduction process that would swing your vote from a no to a yes.
Okay. I'm worried that what we're doing, because so many people have mentioned that they don't feel like they've been included in this process, which, right or wrong, they don't feel included. On top of that, I've heard a lot of times from different people that they feel like this process has been very opaque to both the board and to the public. We need to fight against that in some way. How are we going to do so?
Well, I'm open to suggestions, Director Cook. If you've got suggestions.
I don't have a team of people working on this, so I'm going to have to leave it up to you.
Yeah, I understand that. But like you said, if you're hearing from people and they're sharing things with you, if you have suggestions from what they're sharing, because again, we have not formally gone out, this is the first time we're talking to the board right now, gone out and asked specific questions around what may change your mind about voting for the levy based on what we have or have not done around our current budget reduction process. That hasn't been an intentional question yet. But if people are talking to you intentionally and they're sharing things with you, I'd love to hear what those suggestions are.
No, I'm wholly basing it on our meetings. So our public meetings where we've discussed things, people have come up and talked about these things in public, not to me personally. I'm saying in public, people have given public comment saying that they don't like the way that we've done our cuts. They aren't happy with how forthright we've been with everything. That obviously seems to be an issue because it keeps coming up. And I'm just curious if we've done any polling on the cut side of it. That's what people right now are going to base their decision on going into November.
That's a good point.
I think I answered that. We have not done any direct polling in regards to that particular question as of right now. It doesn't mean that we can't seek input, but we have not done that as of right now.
So we have, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
There was a comment made earlier by a board director that led me to believe that there's still confusion about the difference between a bond and a levy, and about, why are we cutting people when we have money for fields? Can you talk about a little bit the bucketing of money between a bond and a levy and what money can be used where?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So bonds, in short, are for buildings. Now, with that, our capital team, parts of our capital team are funded out of bonds. That's part of when we approve a bond, if we were to go back and look at the bond, you'll see it like administrative costs. That's the funding of the people that are the project planners, and those people are funded out of that. So that's bonds. Bonds are usually for buildings or major renovations of buildings. Capital, a capital tech levy. So it's like a combination. You've got, which has been explained before, capital, like deferred maintenance. The large number, it's the boilers, and it's the HVACs, and it's the roof envelopes, and it's all the pieces that keep the schools safe and functional. Not people. Tech levy covers technology. It also can cover positions that support technology, but it's very specific. So technology levies have very specific parameters of what they can be used on, what they cannot be used on. So that's the technology piece. EP&O, educational programs and operations. The largest majority of that is people. People in schools. people that support people in schools, which is why in the first couple of slides, it showed you the percentage of all the different groups of people that the EP&O levy covers. Because the state only pays a certain dollar value for teachers, a certain dollar value for paraeducators, certain dollar value for administrators, and so on and so forth. We cover the rest. How do we cover it? Through our generous taxpayers, through the levy. And so, does that help answer your question?
I think that covers it. So like a baseball field,
Yeah, baseball field would be capital.
Capital.
So it's a capital project.
Yep.
Now, unless it's a maintenance, it could be just through deferred maintenance, it could be through our capital levy. So it just depends.
so different buckets of money covering different
Different
things.
buckets of money,
And we're
yes.
not able to just take them and use them however we want.
We are not.
Because
There
our
are
taxpayers have approved it for
Yes,
certain
that's
things.
correct.
And so we're going to abide by what our taxpayers have decided and use those for the buckets of money that they have.
That's correct. Which is why when we get to the capital, like the capital tech levies, we try to keep things a little bit more fluid because we never know when a boiler is going to go out. So just because we say a boiler is this old and we should put it on there, doesn't mean a boiler that's 20 years newer doesn't have some sort of something happen, and we've got to make adjustments. And that's why we come back to the board and say, okay, we've got to make this adjustment. Yes, the taxpayers approved this levy, and this was the totality of the levy as we saw it, but we need the flexibility. The bond is nothing, the bond is the bond. It is the bond project. Now, as we've seen over the years, sometimes it's like a bond project, if the bond passes in 2010 and you're doing a project in 2018, but now in 2018, that project is obsolete, you don't need to do that, then we don't do that project and we move that money into a different space. And we come back to the board and say, okay, here's what we'd like to use that money for.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Yeah.
Director Gregory?
I think I want to clarify one thing. So when we do a bond, and we say it's for Kent Ridge parking lot, and then natural disaster hits and the insurance company paid for the parking lot to be rebuilt, okay? Because the tree fell down and our insurance company paid for it. We often get asked, why can't we take that money that was supposed to be for the parking lot and move it to Kentwood? But we actually cannot do that. The money needs to stay at Kent Ridge, even though it's paid for by something else, it needs to stay in that school, correct? Or in generally for that purpose, right? We can't take that money and move it around, right?
I would say yes and no, not without coming back to the board because.
Yeah, you
the
gotta come
tax-
back to the board to
taxpayers
request.
vote on a list for the bond.
Right.
And these are the projects. If a natural disaster hits and then somebody's gonna cover the cost of what used to be a project and now it's no
Right.
longer a project, we can't go back out to the community again and say, okay, what should we do with this particular project?
Right.
That's why we have elected officials that represent the district.
Right, to
in
say, hey,
these
we can
spaces.
move it.
They'll come back and say, here are a couple ideas about how we might use the Kent Ridge asphalt project that's already got covered by FEMA.
Right.
And so here's what we're thinking. What are your thoughts? Which may be at Kent Ridge. It may be somewhere else.
Right. But it's gonna go to a maintenance piece. It's not gonna be used for
It's not going to be used for people. It's not going to be
people
used
or
to
anything. I can't use
technology
it.
or something
Yeah.
like that. It's going to be used for something that lives in the parameters of a
maintenance,
bond.
Bond.
Yeah.
Got it.
Director Williams?
Levies are really contentious. We've had them brought up on the dais a lot recently. It also seems extremely nuanced, as all things political are. What are the What are the misconceptions that we commonly hear from our community about levies?
Great question. So, one misconception is the state fully funds education. Why do we need to vote and give our taxpayer dollars to the schools when the state already covers that? Which we know is not true. Another misconception is that voter fatigue is a very real thing. And we have been trying to be very intentional over the last dozen years in this district not to burn out our taxpayers. Because again, I'm going to try to be politically correct. We never know who's going to like blow into the governor's office and be in those positions, and how they're going to view education as a priority or not. And so we try to be intentional about how often we go out, how we stack our bonds and levies, so we don't create voter fatigue. Because what happens is you go out and say, okay, we're going to pass this levy, because this is a very real thing. I didn't bring this up tonight, but it's a real thing. We'd like to go out for the EP&O in November of 26. You know what else comes to an end in December 31st of 2027? The Cap Tech levy. So the goal is we take care of the EP&O levy. We make sure that all of our people feel like, okay, we're good. We passed this. This takes care of people's and salaries and stability and replacement. Well, then we're coming back in 2027 to renew a Cap Tech levy. And so then it's, what are those projects that's going to have appetite for our community? That in, what does the data say based on our buildings of what needs to be replaced that we can't just put off? And technology-wise, what does that look like? I think we're constantly, Kyle and his team are constantly looking at, okay, what does a technology levy look like as we move forward in years? Because again, we cannot count on the state to do anything different than what they're currently doing right now. They've already made it very clear that you know, right after the session ended, that they see a $2 billion shortfall in the next biennium. We just started this biennium. So we have to, unfortunately, take care of our own. Our community, our district, we have to take care of ourselves, because we can't bank on the district doing that, or the state doing that. So I think those are big things. The other piece, I think that is a misconception, is what we just answered, was the difference between bonds and levies, and which levies can support educational programs and operations, which ones support technology, deferred maintenance projects and buildings and things like that. And I think a big part of, because we are in a difficult position being in the district, we can only run an informational campaign, facts only. We can't put emotional stuff in there. We can't get into the nitty gritty of every single thing. We've got to be able to say, here's the facts. Here's what it funds. Here's what it doesn't fund. Here's where we're at. If it doesn't pass, here's what the impact is.
So what we can say, though, and because this is a highly emotional thing, what we can say, because you've already said it a couple times tonight, is if this levy does not pass, we are losing 900 employees, 900 people who touch students' lives.
Yes. That is a fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure, it's a highly emotional fact.
It's $90 million. Whether it's exactly 900 or 888 or 912, I don't know, I didn't do all the math. But the fact of the matter is, it's $90 million impact to the district. When 84% of our entire budget is people, there's a good chance. It's easier to equate that to people than it is to try to figure out which programs and which vendor licenses and all that kind of stuff. Because people is what people care about. We're in the people business. So if you say 900 people go away, then that strikes a chord with people. Because if I said, well, geez, we're going to have to tighten up our cumulative license, no one cares about that. But they care about 900 people because they're trying to figure out, like, what kind of math does that look like?
That's a separate conversation about Q later. Just let you know.
Just off the cuff example.
But I mean, it's also art programs.
Exactly.
And
sure.
music and drama.
athletics.
And athletics.
Yes.
And
All that stuff.
97.5% of kids graduating because they do athletics. Like,
And nurses and safety officers and
And our
teachers and
ability to have
paraeducators.
29 elementary schools. Yeah.
Yeah. And no assistant principals and all of that stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It's painful.
Director Cook?
All right. I understand voter fatigue is a real concern. Like I'm very concerned about that, because you're already talking about going into 2027 and needing to be prepared to head towards another ask of our community. We've already mentioned that we aren't doing the greatest job on these cuts. We're talking about how much we are going to have to cut in addition to this, as if the community is going to say, well, yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to give you more money when you already just told me we're going to cut all these people and I have no choice of anything on that front. but now we're just gonna give you the money so that you can go figure it out again. How are they supposed to trust us with that? I really don't understand it. It seems like a lot of what we're doing is just trying to put band-aids on stuff. And if we don't have a strategy that is taking care of all of these, how we're going to address the issues that people have brought that are valid with the cuts that we've been making, how we are going to then take the building of how we build that trust first to then lead into the trust that we can maybe build by going into this November ballot and providing things that people really want. And then further, in a year's time after that, we're going to come to them again and ask for more money. And how are we going to use that previous trust from those two things to then get to a place where we can pass that as well? Like right now, we are having a lot of struggles in just gaining trust from our community at all. And I don't see any plans for how we're going to address that.
Thank you for your statement, Director Cook.
Oh, well, here's my question. How are we going to address that?
I think we've answered that on the polling piece. This is the initial phase to get our board to understand, and our community, what the levy is, what it isn't. And so polling and more information to come.
Like every question I ask here, we'll get you something later.
Well, the question for you is, how will you champion the levy?
Guys.
Right now, I wouldn't.
Okay?
Honestly, this
Then
is
I think
ridiculous.
I think you as a board superintendent governance have made a decision.
Next steps. So our next step is on the 10th, a presentation. Will we have at that point which of these three options we're going with, or is that not until the 27th that we need to have those decided by? Could you just explain that? I'm
Yep,
sorry.
absolutely.
I'm sure you did, but.
Not exactly. The polling, we're hoping to go out. We're working right now with trying to put all the pieces together on a contract with the polling company to be able to do what we need to do and things like that. And so the goal is that we go out for polling next week and that we'd have results the following week. Whether we'd have them, we would not probably have them in time to put them on a presentation that would go live on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quite possible that I would be able to add that verbally in the presentation on the 10th.
Okay.
And if not, I would definitely send a board memo to the board, letting you know that we've compiled and analyzed the polling, and here's where the appetite is based on those that responded, and then make sure that it's included in the June 24th resolution.
Right. And just a follow-up question too. We had a robust plan for how we educated, informed the community in the past. Could you talk about what those plans would look like from today's seat? I know today's the first day, we're just starting this. What does that look like for involving and educating and giving the community options to be able to ask questions and things like that going forward?
Yeah, we will spend a lot of time sharing our plan with the community, not only through our schools and our building leaders, through our staff and newsletters that go out, things like that, through our website. The polling we'll do up front to get the appetite for the particular tax rate. And because this is about people and programs, it's not about projects. So it's like, the community's not gonna say, well, you should not pay for safety officers and double down on nurses. I mean, that's not a thing for this levy. So it's more of making sure that we're informing our community, we're letting them know the impact. We are putting ourselves in a position, we're in a position here in Kent where we've got, we have an active group that does not appreciate the stance we take when it comes to trying to give information to our community that's informational, that we have to stay within PDC guidelines. And so there are people that are constantly watching us, different than other districts that can say so many things that we can't say. So we have to be very careful, which takes a little bit more time. We have to look at every single word we use. We have to think about every single audience that it may hit on. So it takes more time to do that work. But social media campaign, printed materials, videos, press releases, website, our staff sharing information, community-based organization that'll support, school presentations, materials, just getting everything out in front. Because again, we have roughly 3,800 employees in the district. Not everyone is a tax-paying voter within the Kent School District, but over 60% of them are. And we have 25,000 students, but we have, which covers about 14,000 families or so. So we have a lot of people that appreciate what we do. And so I think it's really important that we continue to let them know how important this is to our kids. Because it is about our kids. Because if we're supporting our kids, then we have our adults in those spaces with them every single day. And to think about the impact that this would have on our kids if we didn't have our adults with our kids every single day. And so we have to, and we constantly do this, and we'll continue. There's an outside group right now that's working to create momentum with community members around our bonds and levies and things like that. And just being intentional, listening to our parents. I mean, again, I take notes on every single person that speaks at this podium for the last 5 years. Every single person. Every single thing they say matters. Even though they might not see a direct impact from what they've said in our action, it does not mean that their voice doesn't matter and that it's not important. And people need to realize that. We're here for kids. We're all here for kids. And we need to stay positive and optimistic. We can't live in a negative space. The reality is, no matter what we do, even if we all walked on water, there's still going to be people out there that question us, people that don't trust us. You know what? And we can bend over backwards and try to make everybody trust us, but some people just don't want to come to the table and have a trusting conversation. And I would encourage anyone who feels like they don't have trust in us, I'm right here. Israel's right there. Email, call, set up a time, come in, sit down. Happy to listen. My team is happy to listen, happy to engage in conversation, give factual information, happy to do all that. But I'm not going to hide on people said, people need to come tell me. People need to say that. I need to be able to help them. I need to help understand what they're going through. So hearsay doesn't work for me. So there you go.
Thank you. Dr. Gregory?
I have no other questions or comments.
Dr. Williams?
He hit all my stuff.
Director Cook?
I cannot believe that we are deriding our community yet again. I don't know how many times we have to do it and then get told that we shouldn't before we stop doing it. It doesn't matter what you think of the community and whether they're wrong or right. They are the ones voting for this. I don't even know what to say. Get this stuff together. I don't know why we're making these mistakes still.
Appreciate your comment.
Looks like all of our comments are done with that. Thank you very much, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Wade Behringer, for that presentation. It sounds like we have more to come.
If I may,
my
President Margell,
apologies.
very quickly, I wanted to thank Dr. Behringer for his detailed presentation and informational presentation. Not the first time he's done this, not the first time you've done this with this board. We've had other boards that have championed and have done the work that we need to do on behalf of kids. So first, thank you, Dr. Behringer. I also want to thank the team that helped come up with some of the slides that you had, with the data that you had. And as you heard, we're going to come back to you with a suggestion that I think as Director Gregory had, that will further explain what we're trying to do together for kids. So thank you to my team.
No, I'm excited to see, and I appreciate, I know there was a question about when we were looking at this, so I appreciate that that came earlier than later. We now move to our superintendent report. I will put it out there that after the superintendent report, we move to our legislative update. There is not a legislative update, so any additional Comment cards that need to be turned into the blue box should be done by the end of the superintendent report. So with that, I call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. Tonight, what I want to do is I have actually a message, a reminder, and some examples of some of the great things that are happening here in Kent School District. We just had a conversation about kids and why we do what we do. We all do this, and so with that, the work that we do here in our school district needs to be grounded in a deep and enduring commitment to the students that we serve. The families who entrust us with their care, the staff who dedicate their talents each and every day, and the broader community that supports our shared mission. Serving our students, our families, staff, and community is a responsibility I know that I take to heart every single day. I've had the privilege of serving in the Kent School District for over 2 decades, and my commitment to serving in KSD remains unwavering regardless of those challenges or opportunities that are out there. Moving forward together as a board superintendent governance team, as I mentioned earlier, means one KSD, one class, one team, one community, working to fulfill our mission on behalf of our students and their futures. This mission reflects not only our aspirations, but the responsibility that we carry to ensure every student is seen, valued, and supported. To fulfill this mission, our focus must remain firmly aligned with the goals in our strategic plan, and the following are a few examples of how we are moving this work forward together. Let me start, first of all, under Goal 1. I recently attended the Puget Sound Educational School District meeting where 5 of our schools were recognized by the Washington School Recognition Program for their performance during the 24-25 school year. By the way, we were out at Sawyer Woods today and had a great visit and shared some cupcakes with the staff, and it was great to acknowledge our first school. An honor that I wanted the board to truly understand that only 16% of schools across the state receive this award. Congratulations again to Sawyer Woods, Covington, Emerald Park, Meridian Elementary, Park Orchard. We will be coming, and you got an email to visit with us. Love to have. I am proud to announce that 2 of our seniors received scholarships from the Museum of Flight. They are Lauren West received the Frank, Sam, and Betty Houston Flight Training Scholarship, and Jocelyn Clements received the Aeronautical Science Pathway Scholarship. Both recipients plan to continue their training and become commercial pilots. Last Thursday evening, speaking of our community, I was invited to attend the Community Foundation's annual scholarship night, where 39 students were recognized. Thank you to the Kent Community Foundations for their partnership. I had the opportunity to share my story about applying for and receiving a scholarship from the Lions Club in my hometown. I shared that my commitment to working hard and giving back to the community, and I am proud to have done that and done so in my hometown of Moses Lake, Washington, and in the Kent School District for the past 27 years. As graduations approach, we're reminded that this milestone represents the culmination of Goal 1, as I shared earlier, which is preparing our students for their future. Just as a reminder, June 3rd, I hope I get these right, the outreach program, 6 p.m., Kent Meridian High School. June 12th, iGrad and Kent Virtual Academy, 5 p.m., Kent Meridian High School. June 12th, Kent Laboratory Academy, 7 p.m., Kent Meridian High School. And then finally, June 13th, graduations at Shoreworth Center. That'll include Kent Meridian, Kent Lake, Kent Ridge, and Kentwood High Schools. Looking forward to that. Let's move to Goal 2, some of the great things happening in our district. And specifically, this is expanding student, family, and community partnerships. Our Kent Meridian High School welding students were honored for their achievements at Bigger Core Plus Maritime Welding Contest. There, Ethan Carino, named Best Professional Welder overall. Dominic San Juan placed second in overall welding. Alex Arians, Andy Munroy, Abraham Hernandez, and Kamsky Etsy placed in the top 3 for resume and job interviews. A few weeks ago, the Burlington Coat Factory, if you didn't know, opened in a new store in Kent and celebrated with a generous donation of $5,000 to Scenic Hill Elementary. We welcome this organization to our community and look forward to a continued partnership with them. Thank you also to the Kiwanis Club of Kent for their partnership to support the middle school essay contests, where we had 254 students participating this year. Last week, as part of our Superintendent's Chat series, we hosted a listening session at the Kent Senior Center. It was great to see former staff that I've had in the past that I had the opportunity to work with alongside them in the early mid to mid 2000s, believe it or not. They are now representing the State Retired Teachers Association, several of them, and the Kent community at large. There was thoughtful conversation on topics such as ample state funding for education in Washington State. That helps every single student in the state of Washington. We talked about support services for students and families. That support is for the whole child. Collaboration with community-based partners, and bond and levy information that they were asking questions about. That's how we include our community. This is what One KSD is all about in supporting our students and celebrating their voices and building connections between our schools and community. Goal 3, building equitable systems in school environments. This year, over 4,000 KSD students participated in the highly capable identification process, reflecting our commitment to recognizing and nurturing our advanced learners across all grade levels. The Washington Guaranteed Admissions Program guarantees admission to 6 Washington State universities for students who maintain a cumulative grade point average of 3.0 and complete college academic distribution requirements. 161 students in the class of 2026 were offered guaranteed admissions to all participating schools. The Automatic Admissions Program is a pathway through Pacific Lutheran University for students who maintain a cumulative grade point average of 3.3 and complete second-year algebra or equivalent. We had 206 students in the class of 2026 that were offered automatic admission. These efforts reflect Strategic Plan Goal 3, expanding access to advanced learning, post-secondary opportunities, ensuring that all students are supported with equitable systems that foster high expectations and inclusive school environments. Finally, Goal 4, investing in our diverse workforce and inclusive workplace cultures, and systems change event hosted by the Regional Executive Leaders of Color, RELOC. The work centered on the book Doing the Work of Equity, which focuses on transforming education into more equitable and just learning environments. Over the past couple of weeks, we surprised and honored our Employees of the Year. This program highlights the dedication and excellence of our staff, reinforcing our commitment to cultivating a supportive, inclusive workplace where all employees feel valued and celebrated. And I want to thank those who were able to come tonight to celebrate with us the Employees of the Year. And to our students, finally, and our families, our teachers, our staff, let's finish strong this school year. Finishing strong means that we support each and every student and we support one another. Thank you for being part of One KSD. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela. Again, I remind our audience that this is the last moment to turn any comment cards in. Do we have any? Nope. Great. We now move on to Section 8, discussion and approval. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 8.01, second reading and approval of Board Policy 3245, Student and Personnel Electronic Devices, PED.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.01, second reading and approval of policy 3245, students and personal electronic devices, PED. We are now open for discussion.
Can we have just a short explanation of how this changes what our current policies are at our high schools and middle schools and elementary schools in general?
Superintendent?
Yeah, absolutely. We just happen to have Mr. Jim Shield that kind of led that work with several staff that he can come up and just do a quick summary. Mr. Shield.
Yep, sure. Thank you. Superintendent Vela, President Margell, members of the board, thank you for the question. It really does codify at a district level, the procedures and the rules that our schools have already had. We've done a couple of presentations over the last couple of years with our principals and some teachers on what those procedures are. So our principals were deeply involved in crafting both the policy and the procedure to make sure that it met the objectives that the board was giving us, and also it was written in a way that was practical for schools to actually have to then turn around and enforce, both for administrators, for teachers, for others that are having to enforce those rules.
Thank you, Mr. Shield.
Any further questions from the board?
Nope.
Seeing as there is none, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.01, second reading and approval of policy 3245, students and personal electronic devices, PED. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 The motion passes 4-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve item 8.02, fourth reading and approval of policy 1760, board member use of electronic communications and social media.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.02, fourth reading and approval of policy 1760, board member use of electronic communications and social media. We are now open for discussion.
I've made my concerns about this pretty clear. I think there isn't really any sort of mechanism for us to enforce this. I believe that this is mostly just going to be used to, I guess, try to punish someone through some way, which isn't really described in this. I don't really understand why we're choosing to do this, but obviously I'm the sole dissenting vote here. I'd love for all of you to explain why we need this and what you're afraid of, but likely that'll fall on deaf ears.
I'll comment. I think it's important as leaders in a community, if we look at the direction of other boards, if we look at the direction of how social media can be used as a weapon or can be used to intimidate people to silent voices, I think it's important that we look at having a consistent way in which we are going to use or not use social media. And I think it's also important that we follow the rules through the RCWs and other things that we need to look at. But I think we need to be on the cutting edge of what other districts have already done. I think WASDA is behind the 8 ball in this. I think they haven't looked at this. There's so many other things going on. But when I was at the conference, every board member person I talked to is like, we have a policy on this already because we know it's a problem. We see it with our kids and we see it with others. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge it and then figure out what our norms are going to be around it. So I think this helps us as we look towards the future of how we will use this tool in our toolkit.
Yeah, I understand that, but our policy is 1,250 words, roughly. And the closest one to us is Issaquah, which comes in at around 400 words. Also, Issaquah does not prohibit anyone from using their personal devices for board business. All it does is tell them exactly what it says in the OPMA. With ours, we try to prohibit our board members from doing things. One, that's not even realistically possible. So all you're really doing is trying to punish someone that you can't actually punish, because the only people that can are the public. The community that we live in, they are the ones that get to decide how long we are on this board. And if we are doing things right and they like it, they will keep us on. And if they don't, they will remove us. And that's where I feel like we are missing the mark. The fact that it's 1,200 words and the closest sized one is less than half of that is kind of crazy. You know, why do we feel we need this level of structure? Are we really saying that the things that are being said online are so terrifying that we need to make sure that we try to hurt that board director in some way, which isn't even enumerated in here? It just says that you're not allowed to, but it doesn't, there, no one will say what is going to happen if they will. It says may be addressed in accordance with board governance policies, district procedures, and applicable law. One, we don't have any choice over applicable law. District procedures don't apply to board directors, and governance policies also don't apply to board directors. The only thing the three of you can do against me, if you would like to at some point, assuming that this is what's going to happen, which is the only way I see it happening, is that you can censure me. I don't know what you think you're going to be able to do otherwise, but you know what? If you want to censure me, you can do that regardless of passing this. This just creates more paperwork for literally no support of anything. But I'm assuming that you'll still pass it. I don't know what your answers to any of that are, but I just wanted to make sure I said it for the record before we pass another useless policy or procedure that is going to get us into hot water if anyone decides to fight against it.
I do not see this policy as punitive. I see this as guidelines for future board members and for the future, as we have future generations joining this board who have been brought up on social media, brought up only communicating via electronics. This gives them a guidance on the expectations of this specific district and the history that has taken place in this specific district. I don't believe that this policy is directly about you, Director Cook.
Okay, then can you explain to me why ours is the only one that is so wide-ranging and is so strict on things and says things like shall not access electronic messages from anyone? That doesn't make any sense. How are you going to prevent someone from accessing electronic messages? And if you do, what are you going to do about it? So we're gonna create all these rules that we can't actually enforce. And so then you're just going to what? Admonish that director? Say it's not me. Say it's someone else that decides to come in here. And you're just going to admonish them because you don't like the way that they're doing things. This is so beyond what is possible for a board to do in the first place. It makes zero sense. If we try to enforce any of this in any real way, there is absolutely a lawsuit waiting to happen. I just don't understand it. It makes no sense to me. Every other district that's anywhere around here in the state of Washington has nothing like this. Like nothing. I've tried to find it. There's nothing out there. We are out on our own here, and there's no legal basis for us doing this in the first place, and there's no way to enforce it. So I don't understand it. But you know what? I've tried to explain this as much as I possibly can. And if the board would rather find themselves in court defending themselves over doing something against someone that is based on the First Amendment rights that person has, which if you bother to go and look at anything that is written about the First Amendment, it's pretty broad. And the fact that we're going to try to create something like this that is going to put us in legal jeopardy just because we don't like what is being done, there are already laws in place that are going to keep someone in line if it's necessary. We don't get to have that choice. But if you want to put it into policy so that it ends up getting used to then fight against the district, I guess go ahead.
Move to call the question.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Oh, he seconded it.
A motion's been made and seconded to call for the question. We will.
Can I get a roll call vote?
We are open for discussion on calling for the question. Seeing
I
that
meant
there
on the
is no,
question.
seeing that there is no discussion, we are doing a roll call vote for calling for the question. Director Cook?
Nay.
Director Williams?
Aye.
Director Gregory?
Aye.
And I am an aye. The motion's been made and passed 3-1. We are now, discussion is closed. We are moving to the original question, which is 8.02, fourth reading and approval of policy 1760, board member use of electronic communications and social media. All those in favor, please raise your right
Can I get
hand.
another roll call vote on this one? Thank you.
We'll do a roll call vote. Director Cook?
Nay.
Director Williams?
Aye.
Director Gregory?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. The motion passes 3-1. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 8.03 resolution number 1712, authorizing defense and potential indemnification of a board director.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.03, resolution 1712, authorizing defense and potential indemnification of a board director. We are now open for discussion.
I was wondering if I could ask a question. The last time that we had someone ask for legal fees paid, we put a dollar amount limit of $45,000. Is that going to be the same situation here?
Who's the question for?
The board.
I don't know that we put a dollar limit to it, did we? Before?
We did.
Can I ask Mr. Leonard then if we do
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Leonard, do we put a dollar figure to something like this?
I
I don't recall doing this.
Which resolution Director Cook is referring to, but this resolution is part and parcel to litigation against the board that also named a school director in her personal capacity. So it is not a separate representation per se, because it's arising out of the same issue. I believe the issue Director Cook is referring to, the board was not named in it. It was named specifically, and representation was specifically for that board director individually. So I do think there's a distinction. If the board were to approve tonight, council could represent the board and the board director in her personal capacity in the same representation. And so the fees really wouldn't be delineated differently. It would be collapsed into one matter. And because the fees will already be paid in the defense of the board.
Mr. Leonard, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I was wondering, has the board recently, in the past year or two, had a lawsuit that was brought against it of a substantially similar matter that we lost that time?
I can't speak specifically to that, Director Cook. I know there have been previous OPMA lawsuits that were settled, but I don't have the specifics of the one you're referring to, so I can't speak to that.
Okay. I'm just going to state, as far as I understand it, this is exactly the same as another OPMA lawsuit that was brought against us, where the district was unable to succeed in its defense of the actions of this board. And now we are suggesting that we are going to ignore that and say that the board president, who was there for both of them, is going to be indemnified when the mistake was made once and is now being fought on the second time. And to me, that seems like malfeasance or misfeasance due to funds here. But everyone vote their conscience.
Seeing that,
Sorry.
did you?
Mr. Leonard, can you please clarify what information can legally be shared publicly regarding these claims while protecting the confidentiality of ongoing legal matters?
Okay, so it's a very good question, Director Williams. The type of material that would be confidential are legal strategies, information that's shared in an executive session in regards to the defense of the school district under the guise of attorney-client privileged information. That information is confidential and cannot be disseminated publicly. We do know that the board took action publicly related to this matter in open session at the last meeting related to this matter. So there is some general information that is public related to this because the board made a statement on it. It also is public knowledge that there has been a lawsuit filed against the district, both against the board and also President Margell in her personal capacity. That arises out of her duties as a board director. That is clear on its face, that's public information. The indemnification, it does not constitute an admission of liability or wrongdoing. It is simply a request made under RCW 28A-320-100, which is the right of every board director to make that request for indemnification. That's the nature of the information that can be shared. Other specific information like strategies and other information that would be attorney-client privilege information would not be able to be disseminated.
Thank you.
Mr. Leonard, could you share, you gave a list of the different things that you can share and can't share. Would it be acceptable for you to share your personal opinion if, would you recommend to the board to grant this indemnification?
My personal opinion? I mean, I certainly advise that the information that has been provided is that it arises out of your duties as a board director, meaning it did not arise out of your duties in your personal life. And so I can speak to that generally. But this is a decision that is reached on behalf of the board in terms of it's not my decision.
But indemnification is used primarily for covering actions taken by a board director in their official capacity.
In their official capacity, correct. Arising out of their duties as a board director.
And you were saying that, again, this was presented because of actions taken by myself, the board director, in my official capacity.
Correct.
Thank you.
I want to make one statement because there is a caveat in that law. It's 28A-320-100. And at the end of that, after it says that the board may grant, now granted it says may grant, not must, of course. And it says provided that costs of defense and or judgment against such person shall not be paid in any case where the court has found that such person was not acting in good faith or within the scope of his or her employment with or duties for the district. The ending part there, I agree with. But the problem that I have is that I do not believe that it was done in good faith. And because of that, if that turns out to be true and the judge decides against us on this, we will have to figure out how we get the money back because we cannot pay it. So it will have to be pulled back from someone. Or maybe I'm understanding that incorrectly. Maybe Mr. Leonard can explain that last sentence in here.
The determination as to whether it's in the scope or good faith is a determination that at this point the board analyzes. Like you said, Director Cook, the RCW does not require that the board indemnify. But those are foundations in which the board can make the determination based on the information that you have, whether or not this was in good faith and in the scope. Certainly, you could make that determination today based on your discussion and your understanding of the facts.
And so the part where it says that it shall not be paid in any case where the court, not the board, the court has found that such person was not acting in good faith. If that is found to be the case, if the person in Ms. Margell here was found to not be acting in good faith and the judge finds that, the board cannot pay for those legal fees. Is that correct?
I'm reading the statute with you. I'm not aware of that actually happening. I don't know if I have an answer for you today, Director Cook, but I understand your reasoning and your reading of it, and I'm reading it the same way.
Okay, so I guess if we want to put that gamble on Ms. Margell, if she wants to take that gamble and the judge finds against us on this because there's a substantially similar lawsuit, possible that it might come this way, I wouldn't take that bet. But
so you're misunderstanding. There's two different, there's a decision being made by a judge if OPMA was violated or not. That is a completely separate decision than if a board director was working outside the scope of their either job duty, advisement by legal counsel, or in good faith for what their job action was. Those are very different things. And so the lawsuit that is going to be decided by the judge will be if the district followed OPMA rules or not if today the decision in front of the board is to indemnify because the board director being asked for indemnification, I'm asking for indemnification because of the actions I took were in the scope of the duties of my role as board director.
Yeah, I understand that. My problem is that.
But you say you
seems
might
like
understand that that's
there-
not what you said. So I want
No,
to
because I'm
clarify
not
what you
talking
said.
about the scope. That part I am fine with. I think you were working within the scope. My concern is that we were already decided against on a substantially similar OPMA lawsuit. And how do we say that we took that to heart in our next meetings and then found ourselves in the same boat with the same problem? You were the leader in both places.
Director Williams.
Mr. Leonard, does this resolution mean the board is determining fault or innocence in this matter?
No, it does not. In fact, it is not an admission of wrongdoing or either way. It is simply to indemnify a board director in her official capacity.
Thank you.
Or her personal capacity, which our determination and what's in front of the board is that it flows from her position as a board director.
But we also are assuming that she did it in good faith, and that if we vote to pay for it, or for indemnification here, we are saying that we believe she did it in good faith, and that she was working within the scope of her employment or with or duties for the district. And because of the part of good faith, that's where it could come into a discrepancy. And the board choosing to do that then we would have to find a way for us to not use our money to pay for it if it comes to that. That's what it seems to say here. So I don't know how that works. I honestly don't, but if that's the bet that we want to take, so be it.
I think we're done.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard.
Not seeing any further discussion, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.03, Resolution 1712, authorizing defense and potential indemnification of a board director. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. All
I'm
those
abstaining.
Abstaining.
Thank you. Those abstaining say abstaining. So
Abstaining.
the motion passes 3-0 to 1, which is 3 for, 0 against, and 1 abstention. The motion passes. We now move on to our consent agenda. Is there any items that a board director would like to pull? Seeing as there is none, is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve items 9.01 through 9.09.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.09. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.09. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. All those against? All those abstaining?
I abstain.
The motion passes 3-0-1, 3-4, 3 in passing, 0 against, and 1 abstention. We now have the informational items. Those are listed there for your review and perusal that has been posted for our public and for our board directors. We now move on to final communication for the audience. We do not have any additional.
There are no other comments.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Vela. Our next item's 11.02, board reports and discussion. Director Cook.
You know, I keep being frustrated because the things that go on here honestly don't make a lot of sense. It keeps happening. I keep bringing it up, and nothing changes. I don't know what it is that is causing our board to be so hostile towards me. That if you look at the things that I've posted about, all of them that I have pulled out of executive session are things that are related to me. which I had the right to do in the first place. Everything else is just me posting my opinions. You can't stop me from doing so, yet you want to anyway. It's a dangerous game to play, and I don't know why you're choosing to go that route. I hope that you take that into consideration if you ever try to enforce these rules you're putting in place, because it is going to be a problem. And honestly, we have a new board member that's coming in shortly. We should have waited. We're talking about board protocol guidelines that are related to this board, and there's a new person that's coming on in just a few weeks, honestly. And this was so important that we wanted to get it done now. I've brought that point up too. And I don't understand why we are so concerned about this. There isn't anything that we can do. You can't fight this. This is part of everything that we can do as people in this country, at least still for now. It still is the law of the land. And if we try to fight against this, it is going to be problematic. And who knows who we're going to get next and whether or not they don't fit this same type of setup. And we as a board, not myself, but we as a board decide to then go against them as they just got onto this board. And maybe this person decides to fight it all the way. And then we're spending gobs of money, just like we have in legal fees on all kinds of nonsense, when we should be spending our time and effort trying to make sure that as few people as possible are needing to be let go in this district. And that doesn't seem to be a priority, because the priority continues to be board communications, board personnel actions, what board members are doing with their time. None of that is helping kids. You talk about how you are here for the kids. You're doing this for the kids. Please explain to me what exactly it is that you're doing all of this for that is helping any of the kids in this district. It's absurd, and you know it. I hope that you figure this out, because soon we're going to have another board director, and you're going to have to explain why you chose to go this direction. I am not going to be able to help you because I don't understand it myself. I hope that you guys know what you're doing, because so far it doesn't seem so. That's all I have.
Thank you, Director Cook. Director Williams.
Firstly, I'd like to thank KAP and KEA for attending this evening. I've stated it before, but I super value our labor partners, and I love seeing them at board meetings. I'd also like to thank Delta Kappa Gamma International and Christopher Bryan for their donations to our schools. I think it's important that we say the names of the folks who donate. Okay. I think Dr. Behringer stated earlier something that I hear a lot, intent versus impact. At the last board meeting, I participated in the lighthearted tradition that our board has started doing where we eat a meal together. Unfortunately, Director Cook had not been able to attend the first half of that meeting. I did open his meal that was all wrapped, and we traded cookies. I made sure that he received a cookie, but I do want to apologize about the impact that that has had on Director Cook, because he was very upset, and I take full responsibility for those actions. I wish that Director Cook had been able to attend tonight, as I baked cookies to apologize. And I was looking forward to sharing those with him over a meal. That said, Director Cook, you have made it clear through your actions and how you have chosen to speak to me and to others in this building and outside of this building that there is nothing I can do to fix how welcome you feel on this board. Despite my attempts at building bridges, even if I don't always agree with you, I certainly try to practice kindness and compassion. Despite this, please know that my swapping your cookie was meant harmlessly, and I understand it was not appreciated, and I do apologize. I want to close tonight because I spent a lot of time thinking about cookies. Sharing a little bit about what our community. My second grader lost a classmate this weekend. She was 8. She got hit by a car, and it's very impactful. And it has really brought home for me the impact and the focus of this work as I watch her grieve and try to understand the loss, as I talk to my community about how huge it is to lose a child. This work is so important. It can't be about personality or ego or bureaucracy. It has to and it must remain about our students and our families, because that is who we are here to serve, and it is service. Every conversation must be centered around them. As educators, we stand by as children experience the high of learning and discovering something new about themselves. Often we see them experience love for the first time or learn something about their own identity and, yes, even experience death and grief and loss. We stand on the edges of their lives, witnessing their incredible personalities and brains grow and change. And I know that my day-to-day varies differently from each person in this room and at this table and on this dais and online and in this community, because each of us are human and each of us have different context, and that context matters. I know that I have and will disagree with every single person at this table, but I keep coming back because it is about the work and about finding a way forward. We have to find a way to remain grounded in the singular fact that this work, these conversations, this place is for kids. Kids who experience their greatest triumphs crossing that graduation stage, learning how to add fractions, reading a novel for the very first time, and those that experience heartbreaking losses like my daughter. I am and remain committed to the work in front of us: policy, budget, and leadership. And that is my report.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Gregory.
You got me upset. You really upset me. I want to talk about milestones really quickly. We have some killer milestones coming up. I believe in the superintendent report, he talked about our graduations that are coming up, and I would like to focus on children. My role as a board member is to bring diversity, thought, and equity to a conversation. And intention versus impact, that I think is one of those things that is a hard concept to understand. My intention is to do this, my impact to you is something else. And we always have to own that, but at the same time, we also have to own that we will have difference of opinion, and that's okay. But we need to focus on the most important thing, which is the kids that are going to graduate and walk across the stage for the first time, getting that award that they have worked so hard for and that they have deserved. And that is what we need to focus on. As we look at budget cuts, I want you to understand, from myself personally, I look at the impact to kids. When you eliminate people in a school, you eliminate a safe person. When I was a student in this school district and I was bullied at school, I ate in the teacher's lounge by myself. I was kept after school for 45 minutes and walked to the edge of the school district where all the kids waited for me in the woods and harassed me all the way home. That is my truth. That really happened. And what I tell people is, we have to do better than that. We can't be like that school district anymore. We have to do better for our kids. We have to understand. And so every decision that we make up here, while it feels like disingenuous, we have to weigh all of the pieces. There are more than one truth, and we have to figure that out and learn from that. So I am looking forward to graduation, which is going to happen in 2 weeks, like 3 weeks, isn't it? Top is next week. I'm super excited about that. But in 2 weeks, we have kids graduating, and I am super excited about their future and all of the things that we have done, and I'm looking forward to us growing the next generation that will take care of us eventually. That's my report.
Thank you, Director Gregory. I want to make a comment a little bit about budget cuts, and mine is, you're absolutely right. We're not going to be able to do the same thing with less people. You can't. It just is. 100% right. We know that. And yet we still have to make a decision. And if we want to have everything that we've always had, we have to find funding for that. And so lobbying to not fund even more, that I can't wrap my head around. But what I can wrap my head around is we show up here every week to continue to do this because we believe in kids and we advocate for kids, and we will continue to do that. And I hope that we see our community rally around the kids in our district to our state legislature and say, this isn't okay. We want these positions because we want these activities for our kids and they're worth it. And so we're willing to fund it where it needs to be funded. And it's, at this point, it's not even at the point of fully funding it because they don't do that. Just keep the funding that you've had. Keep the 52%, not down to the 47%. And those percents matter. Those are millions. And so you're right. We will not have the same experiences for our kids without our para-educators. Yep. And those are important things that those people did for our kids. But if you want those things, it's not the board that makes that money created. That is our state legislature that does that. And so if you don't like it, that's the person to be mad at, and I hope you are. Because that is the work that needs to be done, is saying, no, public, free, quality education is worth it. And it's so worth it that we're willing to have that follow our state mandate as being the primary responsibility of our state. And so until parents become mad and grandparents become mad and business owners and community people become mad to our state legislature and say, this isn't good enough, it will remain that we will continue to cut. Because it's not the board that makes the money, it's our state legislature that allots the money to the districts to be able to be spent. So I will say that. Who I really want to celebrate, I want to celebrate our Employees of the Year. Fantastic work that you do every day, impacting the lives of our students. I'm just amazed at just the work and how it takes such a village to make such an impact in the work that gets done every day. I loved, and I'm so sorry, I need to know his name. He was our second recipient that does the HVAC. Oh, thank goodness for HVAC. Right? And so we are so thankful. It takes a village to make work happen every day for our school district. And that's not to minimize all of the other groups and people that do such great work with a focus always on our students. Dr. Vela said, or sorry, Mr. Vela said, finish strong. We are at finals. I cannot believe that we have just a couple days left. Days. Like, we took to the point we could actually go probably to hours.
10 school days.
10 school days.
I can't even imagine. I am so excited for our students. They have put in so much work when you think about kindergarten all the way up to what they've done. I'm just so proud of them. And I am so privileged to be part of celebrating our 1,800 graduates this year. And so thank you from our superintendent to all of our administration, to our teachers and our paras and our HVAC and our facilities and our bus drivers and our paras and all of the people that made that possible and really loved on our kids. As a mom, thank you for doing it for mine. And I am so excited to be able to celebrate you students. So with that, it is 10 p.m. and we are adjourned.